Wonderful. Thank you very much to Democracy Services, as always, providing great service to us. So look, a very warm welcome to today's Pūroro Āmua meeting of the 10th of March 2022. I will now do the karakia. Whakatakatu hau ki te uru, whakatakatu hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ke uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e ihi aki ana te atakura, e tio, e huka, e hauhu, te hei mauri ora. Thank you very much. And colleagues, I just want to acknowledge this is the third day we have sat, and we have got another day tomorrow on Zoom. So thank you very much for your very hard work. We've got a few apologies. The Mayor from 1:45 today and Councillor Calvert from 12. Are there any other apologies?
I think Councillor Rush messaged us to say he would be a late arrival.
That's right. Actually, thank you for reminding me. Yes, so I think he had an appointment at 10, didn't he? So he wasn't sure when he was going to be back. Thank you. Anyone else? Great. So I'm going to move those. Councillor Paul, could you second? Thank you. If we could vote, thanks.
Just waiting on a vote from Councillor Wolf. Thank you. That has carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now, conflict of interest declarations. Does anyone have any to declare? No, fine. Okay, no items not on the agenda. And now my pleasure to welcome Mr. Vile. Apologies for the late start. We look forward to hearing your submission. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity, and good morning. Just by way of introduction, my name is Tony Vile. I live in Wadestown. I have lived and worked in Wellington for just over 60 years. So I go back to the days of trams. And so you can gather from that, I've been retired for 18 years. So I'm now in my 80s. So you may wonder what I'm worried about cycling, but I am a cyclist. I've been a recreational cyclist for many years, and I belong to a tramping club. You can just excuse me a minute, that's Jolly phone. I'm back. I belong to a tramping club. My wife and I have traveled a lot around the world. We've been to well over 50 countries and over 100 cities and done a lot of cycling through those cities. So I'm pretty familiar with cycleways. For example, I've cycled through France, through Germany, through the Netherlands, and I've done most of the New Zealand cycleways. But what I want to talk about today is the cycling network, and I think the big question I have to ask is why? Why are you talking of spending $240 million on a cycleway, a network? As far as I can see, that I'm not sure of the benefits. Maybe you could tell me what the benefits are from joining these cycleways. I can see it's a benefit to cyclists, but how about residents, children, businesses? What effect is this going to have on them? I should say I'm not against cycleways. I think they've got their place in the suburbs, around schools and that sort of thing. But I cannot for the life of me see the reason for joining them all up together in Wellington. Looking around the world and where I've cycled again across England, you go through lots of little towns and you have to get off your bike many times. There are places where you can't cycle through. It seems here that Wellington is probably one of the most difficult cities in the world to have cycleways. I'd say Dunedin would be a close second, mainly because of our hills and narrow streets. And I think the point is that people, Wellington is at the bottom, well, not the bottom, at the foot of the south, the North Island. So people bike to Wellington. You don't bike through Wellington. It's not like Auckland or Palmerston North or Napier. So to me, there seems no real reason why you should join up the cycleway that goes out to, say, Island Bay with the one that comes in from Newlands. People, don't need that sort of facility. I think the point is that cycling is a choice. You don't have to cycle. So I don't see the point of, as I said, joining these up. And are you actually going to get any new cyclists by doing this? So I doubt it very much. If you look at the cyclists at the moment, the profile of a cyclist, most of them are commuters. Most of them in probably average age would be about 40. And they use the cycleways between 7 and 9, basically in the morning, and again between 4 and 6 in the afternoons. So for only 4 hours a day, the cycleways are in use. Now, I'd suggest that if you get out and around the town, around the city, between 9 and 4 in the afternoon, you'll see very, very few cyclists. I think a good example is the Hutt Road is I think the statistics said that there were supposedly 1,300 people coming in every day. I sat down there one morning between 7 and 9 and counted them, and there was less than 400. So I think the basis of the calculations for the need for a network are wrong. I think the analysis is badly done. There's no sort of statistics on when people are biking, where they come from, and where they are going. And the counts, as I said, are a lot less. I think someone said there are 1,500 people coming in per day. Well, that's not a lot out of a population of 200,000. And I think that the other thing you've got to think about is where they're going. Most of them are coming in and they're commuters, and they're working in the CBD. And I think the worst thing you can do is to start putting cycleways, say, down Featherston Street or the Quays.
Mr. Barr, we're nearly run out of time. Have you nearly finished so that maybe Councillor Day could ask a question?
Okay, just a few suggestions I have that maybe you could do some things without spending 240 million. I think you could fix the Hutt Road cycleway. That would be good. Put the Island Bay cycleway back the way it used to be. Forget the Thorndon cycleway, because in the mornings it's a clear way and you do not need a cycleway down Thorndon where there are 23 entrances to buildings. And look at putting little hubs for cyclists so that they can come to a point and then perhaps catch a bus from that point on, rather than having them trying to cycle through the middle of the city. I'll stop at that.
Thank you. Councillor Day, a question.
Kia ora, thank you, Tony. It's good to hear that you enjoy cycling, recreational cycling. I guess there are people who do see cycling as a way of getting from A to B as quite a good and affordable way to move around. Do you think maybe that the numbers are quite low at the moment because we don't have good connections?
No, I don't really. I think the people who cycle now cycle by choice. I've got a lot of, I think they're very brave, I've got a lot of time for cyclists. I think it's the infrastructure that you don't need to join these cycleways together. Just think about it. If you put dedicated cycleways, they're taking up a large space of the part of the road. 20 hours a day, they're not used. So I don't think that joining the cycleways is going to get many more cyclists to come into it. But first of all, they've got to have bikes. And I don't think, if you look at the people, mum and dad and the kids, they're not going to come cycling into town between 9 and 4 on the weekdays. Who's going to use it?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul, very briefly.
Very, very quick one. Thanks, Tony, for your submission. We heard from heaps and heaps of kids about them wanting to ride to school safely, and knowing the narrow nature of Wellington, do you really think it is safe for children to be sharing the road with vehicles where there is no cycleway?
Yeah, I think the cycleways in the suburbs are fine. I think they're an excellent idea, but I'm talking about linking them. And kids don't want to bike through the centre of Wellington. That morning I counted the people coming in on the Hutt Road. There were no cyclists, no children cyclists, because there are not many schools nearby.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Vile, for sharing your views, and it will be taken into consideration when we debate later today our bike plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Right, well, now we move on to general business. So now my haere mai, Mr. McDonald to introduce the paper.
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you, Chair. So today's Tikanga paper provides you with an update on the current programme and also seeks your agreement to set a minimum of 10% requirement for units in the programme to be delivered as fully accessible and universally designed. We do note as well that further work is underway with the Accessibility Advisory Group and the Disabled Persons Assembly, and we have a workshop later this month where we hope that we will receive suggestions and ideas on sort of how we can continue to develop that. We are continuing to look at the ways to improve the programme, and 1 year on, so it's actually been 1 year since the first tenants moved into Aroha. We are continuing with the evaluation, and we note that we initially looked to come back to you in April with the 1 year evaluation. We have pushed that back by 1 month just due to the Omicron situation and to give tenants in the building just a bit of additional time to provide us with feedback. But that process around evaluation is well underway, and welcome any questions on the paper.
Kia ora, councillors, any questions? I have got a question. So John, look, do find the recommendation number 3 helpful in terms of having more accessible housing. And I appreciate that Councillor Matthews has kindly suggested some wording which we will include. But I would also ask why we are being so unambitious. And I was just looking at the LifeMark requirements, you know, to make a building accessible. A lot of those aren't too demanding. So can you just talk about where the difficulties are and why we can't be aiming for 50%? Kia ora.
Kia ora. So there are a number of challenges that we're working through, and I do think that after we have the workshop with the group at the end of this month, we will probably have some really good guidance on this. Two of the main issues that we've identified on most of the buildings is around where fully wheelchair accessible properties can be delivered. And one of the things that's quite important to those users is car parking space, which is something that's really difficult to deliver through a lot of our buildings. Where we can deliver fully accessible units as well, one of the challenges that we're working through with a lot of building owners is access into the building. So where perhaps we don't have flat and level access going into a building, so we can fit the internal building out, but we may have some issues around how we actually make the kind of curtilage of that building more accessible. So these aren't problems that are in the too hard basket, but these are issues that I think we're still in the process of trying to resolve. I would say that the 10% target we are setting as a minimum, and I do think that we will seek to increase that at a later stage, but what we are looking for is to get some advice from effectively, you know, people with real life experience, which, you know, I don't profess to have in terms of the accessibility group and the Disabled Persons Assembly on what they need in these buildings. So we're early in that process, and I think that is something that we're looking for guidance on in terms of end user.
So look, really appreciate that work. I guess I'm just curious, just a quick answer, that in 2008 we were talking about making 5% of our city housing units accessible, and so doubling that over that time, maybe that's just something to consider. Yeah, all right, Councillor Calvert and then Councillor Foon.
Thank you. It's just a general question about the end user, and just, John, are are you finding a need for these type of units more from the medium income end or the lower income end?
I'd say it's from both. To give you a bit of an idea, we have a mailing list currently that has 600 people, and that covers a wide range from both medium and lower income earners. That's doubled since last year. So I would say it's from both.
Okay. Would some of the low income earners would potentially have been eligible for city housing, or are they beyond that level?
So our income bands are slightly different. So where we have had some applicants that have come to us where either through city housing or actually in some cases where MSD is actually been a channel that we've kind of directed them to. So we do try and go above and beyond. So it's not a case of just when someone applies, it's a yes, no. If there is another outcome that we can get through working with one of our partners or certainly working through our own city housing team, then we will direct them there.
Okay, so direct them to this type of housing?
Yes.
Or to direct them somewhere else? So would you likely be in a position that you'd be housing potentially tenants that are eligible for income related rents? And that's in terms of is the council getting some subsidy from income related rents in housing some of those tenants in these buildings?
So, Mr. McDonald, you there?
I think he might have dropped out.
It must have dropped out.
Okay, we can circle. That's fine.
Is Mr. Hodgetts, are you able to help answer the questions just until Mr. McDonald comes back?
Look, no, not that one specifically, but just reminding councillors, this is about key workers for the city. So without having the income range in front of me, it's targeting people that make the city run, that would otherwise not be able to afford to access housing. And this rent to build to rent type model is proving obviously quite popular with a doubling of the list. But you know, John, I would probably hesitant to say that he wouldn't be expecting the people applying for Te Kāinga to have access to income related rents. These people are beginning and starting out or already involved in a professional career, most in the key worker space. Sometimes teachers, government workers themselves who are locating in the city to deliver for the city and the nation, frankly, being the capital. So that would be my high level answer. However, Councillor Calvert, I'll get John to provide a bit more wholesome response when he gets back online via email perhaps as well.
Yeah, I'm just interested to understand whether we were in the end housing some people that because we were getting the rent through other means. So, but they can come back later. That's fine. Thank you.
All right, we're just going to now take an adjournment because I think we do need Mr. McDonald to answer these questions. So, Mr. Hodgetts, are you able just, I presume you've texted him just to see?
Yeah, I can do that now. I'm happy to answer questions though, well, John, and I'll do my best.
So, Councillor Calvert, have you finished your questions?
Yes, that was my last one.
Wonderful. Councillor Foon, have you got some specific questions or high level ones?
Probably high level. Just noting on paragraph 10, officers are continuing negotiations with 4 separate building owners that could see a further 320 apartments added to the program. This is pretty exciting. So I guess what I'm sensing is that not only is there a popularity with the build to rent with renters, but also with building owners. Could you just flesh that out a little bit, please? Just to see if there is some growth or more interest or more opportunity in that space to build our downtown communities.
Sure, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, it is proving popular, both in people wanting the accommodation, but also the development community wanting to work with us. I mean, at the moment, it's proving economic for the retrofitting of these sort of Class C, Class B commercial buildings. The new builds are proving to be quite difficult. But just to give you a sense of a comparison, we see about a 20% reduction in market rent by going into Te Kāinga when you look for a like for like. So if you're looking for an apartment to rent in the city of a similar quality and newness, if you like, or modern fit out, generally speaking, that's about a 20% reduction. More generally across the market, rental more broadly, so this is houses and units, is about 8%. But like for like, it's about 20. The opportunity here for the development community, I think, is that it provides more diversity to their portfolios. So providing long-term leases and effectively guaranteeing some income based on demand for these building owners, they can do other things in the city and bank that security, if you like, or bank the opportunity that consistent 20-year long-term lease provides for their operating budget. So banks find that attractive. That gives developers more opportunity and more confidence, if you like, for the banks to lend to them, and then they go on and try the maybe more risky or more market-based activity.
One more question, Madam Chair. If I guess just understanding the demand on the commercial space as well, like is there a balance? Because we know we've got housing demand, but what is the commercial space demand at the moment in the city, given that people are leaving their offices and working from home?
Through you, Madam Chair, but that's definitely a trend. I know Sean Ordain's got some data he could talk to and chip in for me here, and I know he's online. I hope he's certainly on my Teams chat. But yeah, it's a trend that was occurring even pre-COVID, frankly. Whilst we're seeing really good, high-quality Class A commercial buildings being built, some of our sites down on the waterfront are a good example. We have an ageing stock of commercial buildings, and some of which are earthquake prone. So I don't think we've reached an equilibrium yet. I think we've got a long way to go. I think there's still an adjustment underway, but if Sean was online, he could probably chip in with some more facts, but at a high level, I think that's the answer I can give you at the moment, Councillor.
Thanks, Liam.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
Yeah, thank you. A number of questions. I just get my head around that. So the accessibility, does that require a car park, Liam, effectively?
Well, I think the logic, Your Worship, is that if a unit is accessible, an aspect of that accessibility is, for the building anyways, the vehicle that person requires to access jobs or services needs to be located close to the building. I'm not sure what John's context was saying, but I think he was implying that, it tends to go hand in hand with some of the attractiveness of an accessible unit.
And I see John is back. Welcome. Thank you.
Apologies, the laptop went on reset, so I've jumped onto Sean's feed, so sorry about that. Yeah, just in terms of the car parking question as well, that's something that's been directly fed back through different accessibility groups, and actually applicants who've come through the buildings who have said quite honestly that it is a requirement for them in terms of their needs. So that is why it's so vital.
So it is a requirement, is what you said.
Yes, for many of the
okay, no, that's cool.
Yes.
Thank you. The second one is there's a reference in there to the finances, and the finances going pretty well. There's no information. Can you just give us a little bit of a heads up on how that's going, that it is washing its own face?
Yeah, so at the moment we are tracking pretty well. We estimated in year one that occupancy would average out at around 95%. Now that's based on, obviously it takes a bit of time for people to initially move into the building and for the building to be set up. So we are tracking there. As part of the evaluation that'll come back to committee in April, we'll have a full run through in terms of what the finances are looking like and how we've landed year one.
Yeah, so the process for on an ongoing basis for reporting the finances of the program is going to be as specific reports to committee rather than through the quarterly report, or both?
I think we're going to do that through both, yeah.
Through
Both.
Both. Okay, no, thank you. That's cool. And two other questions if I can. First one of them is, by the time we get to the end of this financial year, will we, in your view, have met the target which we had looked at for commitments to 400 homes? It didn't mean having built them, but it meant commitments to them. Are we on track for that still?
Yeah, we are on track with that. We have a number of live discussions with building owners at the minute. And one thing that has had a little bit of an impact is obviously the availability of a lot of professional services. So I mean, valuation, design teams to be able to move quickly. So it has added a little bit of time onto that. But yes, we are still tracking to meet that.
Good. That's fine. And look, the last one is just picking up a slightly tangential thing to Councillor Calvert's question. Some presumably of our tenants would be eligible for accommodation supplements, I am assuming. Yes, no?
I would have to come back to you with some advice on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not interested in how many or whatever. I just wanted to know whether that was a possibility for some.
Yeah, look, I mean, one thing I'd say as well is in terms of our requirements. I mean, for a single person, it's $85,000 a year cap. For groups, it's $135,000 a year as a cap. The other fact there is that the rents, while we do everything we can to keep them as low as possible, and they only move with our cost, the affordability is obviously essential. So the cost of a Tikanga property, and I think I maybe caught the end of Liam saying this, whilst we are below market, it may be that there are other affordable options for people as well. So I don't think we can overlook that actually it is around that user affordability.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young.
So I just have two questions really. Do we use a range of developers, work with a range of developers? I know someone just mentioned about the 4 building owners in the pipeline, but so far, have we just worked with the Wellington company?
Yes, in terms of the 53 Bilcott Street and 203 Willis Street, those are both with the Wellington company. Haining Street is with another developer. And what I would say is, as a single standalone project, and especially as a new build project, the finances and the cost around construction can be a bit of a challenge. So where it is easier if a developer has more than one option, we are finding that it is a little bit easier for them. And that comes down to simple things like how far in advance and how much scale their buying power is to buy white goods, kitchens, and do things on a little bit more scale. Yeah.
So the next question is, I know the paper's mentioned financial risk, and this is something that has come up before. This may be an impossible question, but on a scale of 0 to 10, where would you, 10 being danger, 0 being safe as a Swiss bank if you're not Russian, where would this fit on a risk scale for us financially?
Yeah, I think the biggest risk around our programme is how we manage vacancy. So if we manage vacancy really well, then it certainly mitigates a large proportion of that risk. The service that we're providing and the feedback we're getting from tenants is that they're happy and that we're providing a good service and they actually want to stay there. So as long as we continue that, I think that's the biggest risk mitigation that we have. If we were providing a bad service and people didn't want to live there and we had people moving out constantly, then we'd obviously be quite concerned by that, and that would add a pressure. So in terms of risk, as long as we can provide a good service and a good product, that's how we manage the biggest risk, and that is vacancy.
Okay, I must say I was really impressed when we walked around there. I thought you'd done a fabulous job, so well done on that. I mean, it clearly is addressing a huge gap in the market. So thank you, John.
Thank you.
That's it from me.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, John. I have one question, and that is in relation to this part of our Tikanga program and the housing portfolio in general. With our council housing tenants in the social housing, we send out yearly surveys about how much income everyone's earning, who's in work and education, a whole bunch of other instances. And because this part of our housing portfolio is also tied to how much you earn. I was wondering what yearly surveys we send out and how much checking on tenants, if they are exceeding the number, the amount of income required for this kind of middle housing.
So at the moment, we've just crossed the first year in terms of the first building. In terms of the evaluation work, we think we have enough information around some vacancies that we've had and around some of the tenants changes that we're pretty comfortable that people's circumstances in terms of work and income is not changing significantly. We're currently not intending in terms of writing out and looking for tenants to undertake any sort of income assessment on a yearly basis. The evaluation work, though, I will say that it is year one and it is the first building, and I think it's something that we need to build up over time. One thing that's become very clear to us is that evaluation is something that's perhaps not done as widely as you would expect, and we've struggled to get a lot of data that we would have found really useful. So we are collecting that and we are sharing that with others. So it's not to say that we wouldn't, develop other parts of this as time goes on.
Cool. Sorry, and just to follow up on that, so at the moment there are no plans to do income assessments on people that live in these homes for another wee while, and you trust that the circumstances haven't changed very much in a year?
Yeah, that is our current thinking, and as I say, we know our tenants pretty well. As I say, it's easy when you have a single building, and you have 120 people. So our team sort of know everyone pretty well, and we're very comfortable that I'd go a bit further and say that a lot of our tenants are actually quite open in terms of coming in and talking to us about different changes, circumstances, and various things. We have an office on site, so the team are pretty accessible to people. And I do think that makes a difference. But yeah, at this point, we're not looking to carry that out.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. I presume you just haven't taken your hand down. You haven't got any more questions. Right. Okay. So Councillor Paul, over to you to introduce the paper. Thank you very much, Councillors. John.
Morena koutou. Just keep it brief, got a big day ahead, but I just really wanted to give a heartfelt thanks to John McDonald for all of your hearty mahi on this project. And I also want to thank former Mayor Justin Lester for making the impossible possible and going against advice and I guess creating something that has shown to be a really fruitful, really necessary part of our housing solution. And I really want to thank Councillor Fitzsimons as well for her mahi on this and making sure that especially our essential workers and workers can live in the city and be housed close to where they work. Something we hear all the time at council, and particularly when we're talking about the housing crisis, is that council is merely a regulator. And I think, while we are obviously, councils can and should be active providers of housing. And I think this really gets to the kind of fundamental principle of that, especially accessible housing and especially greener housing, because we know that the private market has failed to deliver for most people, and particularly disabled people as well. So I just wanted to say thank you. I know people who live in Te Kāinga. One is a disabled young mother, and it provides her with so much stability and so much assurances that she can raise her whānau with confidence that she's not going to be kicked out of her home, and that she can get to where she needs to go safely, her nupepi. And I also know someone else that lives in there that works at Soul Shack, which is the best fried chicken in town. So it's another essential service in my eyes. So kia ora everyone, and thank you for all of your mahi.
Kia ora, Councillor Paul, and I'll second, and I don't need to repeat your great sentiments. They were all well put. Look, this has been a success, and just like the living wage, we didn't take officer advice, and it's been a success. And so sometimes you just have to be brave, even when there is some risk. I'm just going to speak to 2 points. The first is, look, I think it's good that we are making a commitment to the number of accessible units, and I thank Councillor Matthews for her continued advocacy and for raising a point to make it this paper stronger. But I will gently challenge that we need to do better. And actually, this is a reminder that sometimes we are part of the problem, that when we say that only 10% can be fully accessible, then we're saying the other 90 might not be. And of course, that's one of the reasons why we passed that fund on Tuesday to try and up the standard of buildings, because every unit that is not fully accessible means that someone cannot live there. And I think there are some significant rights issues there. So I look forward to further advice from the disability community and from our own officers, just to improve on that. That we need to push ourselves hard. And very grateful that officers have listened about greening our building stock. Absolutely critical if we're to deal with climate change. Just the last point I'd like to make is around key workers or essential workers. There are essential workers everywhere, and there are essential workers in our social housing as well. The people who clean, the people who drive taxis, all manners of work. So I appreciate this is just a language thing, but I think everyone makes a contribution, and so we should value that. But look, this is good work. It's a lovely way to start the day. Thank you so much to officers for their work. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou, just very quickly. First of all, I want to say that there is so much demand out there for this kind of housing, and I'm thinking of the resident. Graham will know there's one resident who keeps messaging me, and we're back and forth. She is on tenterhooks, and this is kind of her only hope, you know, of having a stable, secure rental. And she is, you know, she's just, Princess is great, but, you know, is desperate. Again, on those issues of targets, I want to thank John and Rebecca and the team, and also Melissa, for her work on getting this kind of up and going. Of course, 10% is not a great target, and I said to John, I don't want to be below Kāinga order, because they've got a target of 15% and everybody hates that. And but yes, it is. We also have to acknowledge the difficulty with retrofitting, which is more difficult, and that's why I'm suggesting that we have different targets across the different things that we do. So new builds, upgrades, and apartment conversions might all require different targets. So thank you for sort of being accommodating for that wording. I would like to get up to 20%, because, you know, that's statistically, you know, around about 20% of people identify as having a disability, but also recognise that fully accessible, you know, and especially when it means a car park, you know, that is some challenges. So we might not get there with, you know, with a huge number, because not having a car park is actually quite an important part of this project as well. So I will extend an invitation to all councillors to come to that forum with DPA and to the Accessibility Advisory Group. Be great, you know, it'll be on Zoom, and just come and have a listen if you can, to understand what more of the issues are for housing for this community. And also, I just want to say that while fully accessible, you know, we're going to work our way up from this 10% minimum, that universal design aspects can be incorporated into, you know, all of the things that we do, and they will enable people, not just people who are in wheelchair users, but people who have an injury or an illness, or, you know, have or aging, you know, in place. So all of those things. So universal design, you know, it's in the name. But if we can make it universal. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Fitzsimons, and then Mayor Foster.
Yeah, just briefly, I just want to acknowledge Councillor Paul for her introduction and the link to fried chicken, which I think has just made this scheme even more popular. And I also want to acknowledge Councillor Matthews for the work with the Accessibility Advisory Group, but also her really constructive attitude to engaging with Rebecca and John on this when it wasn't quite having the energy it needed. She brought a really constructive attitude, and I think that is the great thing about your work with the Accessibility Advisory Group, is that you have translated their aims and aspirations for our city into practical steps that will make a difference to the lives of people with disabilities. And that's a real political art, but it also comes because of your integrity and attitude towards this community. I guess I just want to acknowledge that this is another step along the way of interfering with the housing market in the interests of medium income people. it is deliberately a housing initiative which involves rent controls and income limits for tenants. The aim of this scheme is to make sure that people can live and work in Wellington. And I think what I'm really thrilled about today is the particular approach to sustainability and accessibility, because what it says is that when the Wellington City Council is involved in housing, we aim to do it right. And I think that's something that we should all be proud of. It's a socially responsible approach and environmentally responsible approach to housing that's in the interest of Wellingtonians. And I'm really pleased that we've got such strong officer support for this and that it's keeping on expanding.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Thank you. I'm going to echo all the comments that have been made, barring one probably. Councillor Paul, I agree with your introduction as well. And I just wanted to endorse also all the thanks to officers. I know particularly John has worked so hard to do this, and I think he's doing a fantastic job. I think a couple of things that I did want to reflect on. First of all, I think we've designed the system so that it does wash its own face, and I think that's a really, really important part of this, that we're able to deliver housing. I agree with you, Councillor Fitzsimons, about we are interfering in the market, and that's a good thing in many cases. And this has been really successful. I mean, if we're in a position by the end of June to have got commitments around or be committed to, and have got commitments around 400 houses, that's significant. And our 1,000 houses target over the first 5 years. If we said two people per dwelling, and that was the rate that was continued on throughout the 30 years that we're of our planning timeframe at the moment, that will be 12,000 people homed in Te Kāinga programs. That is a significant contribution to the housing needs of the city in anyone's language. So it's not just something on the edge, but it is something which is potentially quite significant. It's also one of the things I really like about it. Not only is the affordability and that it's washing its own face, but the security that it provides for tenants. That you know that if you're a good tenant, you are going to be able to be there for as long as the lease is there. And that's really important for people, because it enables them to make commitments to an area, to become part of the community, to bring up families if that's their situation. And I think that is really, really important. I think it's also really important that it sees more reuse of some of some new build there, but also reuse of some of that sort of C and D grade office space. And that's something that's been happening in the city for a long time. And this just puts more energy into that. That means we've got buildings which are being reused rather than demolished. And it also is adding vitality to the city, which, gosh, it needs it so much at the moment with all the impositions of COVID. The final thing I wanted to say, which is probably the place I did have a little bit of a challenge, is the parking one is interesting, because it seems to me, and I was just looking at the universal design requirements, and the first one of those says that wide paths from car parking area and street may include accessible steps with handrail, which kind of implies car parking. And of course, the reason we've been able to see so many office buildings, etc., converted has been because we didn't require car parking. Because without that, if you'd had the imposition that said that every unit required a car park, we would not see the number of people who are living in our CBD at the moment, because a lot of those offices would never have been able to be converted. So I think I'm going to be really interested not only in just what the number is of our target, but also what the requirements actually are of that universal design requirement, whether they're all actually sensible in the context that they're operating, because if it requires a car park, that's going to become a bit of a problem. Certainly going to be a problem to get to 100% accessibility and make anything affordable or sustainable for that matter. So yeah, I just think there's some exploration to do, and I can see Councillor Matthews is probably going to try and help me with the answer to that, but I find that some interesting tensions in that. But it's good that the more that we can make accessible, provided it doesn't undermine other goals as well, and the better. So great work, and delighted to support the paper.
Councillor Matthews with some clarification.
Just very briefly, that I guess, what we're doing is listening to the voice of disabled people who have told us, particularly wheelchair users, that a car park, is essential for many of them, not all, but many of them. So I guess I'd come back to that point that we might have different people experiencing different disabilities and different issues, and not all of them will require car parks. But definitely there will be a proportion of disabled people requiring housing who do require a car to meet their daily needs. And I think that's consistent with all of our other policies, in terms of our hierarchy and parking, etc., that we recognise a greater need for cars by disabled people.
Kia ora. Any other speakers? Right, Councillor Paul, do you need a right of reply? All right, if you can vote, please. Thank you.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. So now my Joe Hewitt, ki te hora e te kōrero. So I can't see all of my screen.
Hi, Iona. You want to introduce the next paper?
Yes, Joe. I was asking Joe for the bike network plan to introduce.
Yeah, I'm happy to introduce Iona. I'll make a few quick points, but just to let the councillors know, we've got the whole team online here to answer any questions during question time. But I wanted to make a couple of key points before we started. Now, it's been mentioned in the public submissions this morning, but of course this has its genesis in the 226 million given to the project through the LTP over the next 10 years. It sits on the back of the climate and ecological emergency that Council obviously declared, and of course the housing crisis. These are the two big drivers behind this bike network plan. We held a workshop with councillors in August, and we proposed the approach and the plan, and also of course an accelerated delivery of the network with the transitional program being introduced. In that same workshop, we asked you what are the key principles that you want us to take forward in delivering the plan. Safety, network maximisation in terms of uptake, and good cohesive routes to get people to where they want to go, were the top three that popped from your feedback. And we've taken those three priorities in our transitional program and in establishing the bike network plan. We went out to consultation in September, and you all know that was joint with the Let's Get Wellington Moving program and of course the draft district plan. We felt, and you agreed, that these three programs are key strategic direction setting opportunities for the city, and they need a holistic approach. The idea about transport and urban planning goes hand in hand. I think, again, interesting submission from the community member earlier, but it is a really, really important point that as we use our existing roading network to move things through, we also have to look at how we optimise that network in terms of modes, and in doing so increase and support the densification of the city. So these things are all connected, and it's a really important aspect of the bike network plan and making sure we're getting future fit for the densification of the city. I don't think it's just Wellingtonians, but New Zealand indicate that we have to address climate change. And I mentioned before, this is a key driver, but 34% of our transport, of our emissions come from the transportation network. And that's something that we're trying to address here with the bike network plan. And many of these routes that we're talking about today, make no mistake, we will be removing on-street parking. That's because there just simply isn't enough space in our road reserves to accommodate this mode shift. As we move out the program, of course, we're going to work with our local communities and people adjacent and next to these cycleways. We're picking up a lot of feedback as we go, case by case and project by project. And we'll slow down where we're required and listen, and we'll make changes where we can. That is absolutely the intent of the program, and we're not always going to get it right. But what you need to be very mindful of and take insurance from is that we'll do our best to listen to everyone all of the time. I think, just to finish finally, we are literally rewiring the city and how it moves. and how it operates. And this rewiring is going to challenge the status quo. The level of ambition that this plan and that council set us in the LTP is rubbing against the status quo, so it will be difficult, and we acknowledge that. But as I said, this is a huge strategic opportunity for the city. It is a vision and intent that you've given us, and this Bike Network plan, I hope, delivers on that ambition. And I will stop there and ask for questions of officers.
Thank you, Mr. Hodgetts. And look, I'm actually going to call a morning tea break now because I imagine there'll be a few questions. So if people could be back at 10:45, that'd be fantastic. And if you could just remember to turn off your cameras and mute yourselves. See you at 10:45. Thank you. Councillor Paul, are you there? Great. We've got a quorum. We do. Right. Councillors, any questions of officers? There had to be one. Mayor Foster. Oh, you're on mute.
Probably just as well. I was just saying, usually that's your responsibility, Councillor Panner, to ask lots of questions. A few that I just wanted to ask about. The first one of them is just, I'm presuming that baked into this, we've got flexibility around Let's Get Wellington moving. It hints that, but I just wanted to confirm that's the case.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, particularly around the way we've described the waterfront quays route as being desired as opposed to fixed in as part of the strategic network.
Yeah, but also I'm assuming that depending on what where some of the city streets MRT routes actually end up being, that will have an impact on cycling network aligning with that.
Yes, I mean, obviously, if other strategic changes come along in the future that mean some of these routes aren't achievable, then that will need to be taken into account in future route planning. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Second question is just in terms of the assumptions which are sitting there in terms of dollars. There's no provision in there that I could see if we come to the view that in some places, and I'm not saying that's necessary, but if we ever did, that we wanted to provide for some off-street parking if that was the best way of dealing with it, if we deem that parking is essential in a particular location.
There's no specific provision for that in the budgets. The indicative rough order cost has been put together based on a unit rate or a number of unit rates for things. Until we do detailed design on corridors, we don't know what the actual costs are going to be. Those things will be identified over time.
Okay. And two last things. Just to understand the traffic resolution, I just wanted to understand how that makes the process easier for when we get to specific decisions on specific routes.
The strategic traffic resolution really is effectively the council signalling the decision that a bike network is going to be in place on the routes identified in the plan. The adoption of the strategic TR doesn't actually come into effect until we have a subsequent statutory process, either a traffic resolution or a temporary traffic management plan followed by traffic resolutions. What it does enable us to do is to signal quite strongly that this is exactly where we expect the changes to occur.
So it's a signal rather than having any legal impact at this stage.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, cool. No, that's fine.
Can I just add, sorry, I'll just add on to Joe, we're also intending to put it on the limb so that when people are buying property, they're aware that this road will be a cycleway, and we're also looking at other ways we can make sure that it's really the community is informed.
Yeah, well, that was the kind of thing I was seeing it as the signal for, so that's good. It's precisely what I was hoping that would mean. And look, the final one is just referring to the following paper on Island Bay. The Island Bay paper says that we wouldn't be able to get funding from NZTA Wakakatahi until we had A, budgeted in an LTP, and B, signalled a network. Does this start, I mean, obviously we've made an LTP decision. This is now signalling quite clearly the nature of the network. Does that start to address, or does it address their requirement?
I think it starts to address. My understanding is that their requirement is that until we have effectively locked in a plan for how we connect Island Bay through to the city, they're not satisfied that the strategic plan is actually in place. So given the uncertainty still around the MRT decision, etc., I think it's certainly putting building blocks in place to move us towards unlocking support from Waka Kotahi, but I don't think this decision today completes that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Hi, thank you. It's a really good piece of work, and I love the consultation document and the summary of what had gone on. Just a question about the potential for confusion in the minds of the public, and I'm just thinking about the John Street transitional cycleway, John Street to the waterfront that we're trying to put in. Can you comment how we can avoid the confusion in people's minds when it's sort of on this plan it's marked as pink, which means it's delivered by Let's Get Welling Moving, but clearly we're also putting a transitional cycleway in, and I wonder how we can make that how we can make that more transparent to residents, that there could be two processes going on.
I can answer that. So it's much the same as with our own projects. We will be putting in transitional cycleways, which will be the way that we consult, and then we will be looking at what the permanent and street transformation looks like. It's much the same with these Let's Get Welling Moving routes, and there we're working just really closely hand in hand with them. So we're doing the transitional part, and they'll be doing the transformation project. So in terms of being clear, we can look into if there's some way we can make sure that's communicated more clearly.
Yeah, because I think it did in this case result in some confusion about what they're being consulted on and when. Anyway, learnings.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora tātou. Yes, thank you for the mahi. So I had sent my questions through to Vida earlier, but I think I just really wanted to get some clarity, particularly after meeting with the last few weeks with Newtown businesses. But just in the new amendments around the secondary route through Newtown up through Russell Terrace, I just want to understand what analysis went on to arrive at that as a secondary route. I've got a few questions, so I'll just rattle them out. What is the difference in design for primary and secondary routes? And what is the time frame for this? And what plans do we have to engage the business community ahead of time? Thank you.
I can start off by answering that. There's a few that the difference in design, I'll have to hand over to Joe or Paul that may be able to answer those questions. In terms of how we landed on adding that route, that was post the consultation, and there were a number of submitters who highlighted that route was important through Newtown, and also highlighted Swiss, which has a relatively large catchment. So connecting schools with centres is really important, and one of the key principles in our bike network. Timeframes, we're still in the process of doing the scheduling around this, but we are trying to approach areas. So Newtown is one of the priority areas, and so we'll be looking at where that sits in the schedule of how we deliver this, and plans to engage with businesses. So we're working closely. Businesses are key stakeholders along these routes. So that needs to be really important people, along with our emergency services, BetLink, where there's buses, and other sort of interest groups, so residents associations and others, schools. So they will be talked to pre-implementation. We'll be engaging with businesses to understand what their ambitions are, and if they're seeing any concerns, where we'll address them where we can.
And I can just pick up the one on the differences between primary and secondary routes in terms of design. In essence, there isn't necessarily any difference. What makes different places different is the context that it's in, and the amount of safe cycle facility that we need to separate people on bikes from fast, high-moving traffic, and make provisions for buses and for people walking. Working out the details around all that is what enables the final design solution to be put together.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions from out in our neck of the woods in the northern suburbs. There's a proposed connection at the moment that in Tawa that would go through what is currently a supermarket car park, but is on council land. And we've had some concerns raised about the safety of that. And I guess I just wanted to understand at what point in the process will those kind of safety considerations be taken into account, and in what way can I reassure the community that we're going to come up with a design that will be safe?
So some of those connections, that's exactly connecting into the town centre to the shops, the destination that cyclists, people walking are trying to get to. And we will, through the detailed design process, we'll be working with the local community to understand what that is for the transformational projects. If there is a transitional route, we'd also be working with the community, the key stakeholders through that and the implementation, and then engaging on it. So we will, safety is paramount. We will address those concerns.
Thank you. And then just another question about Johnsonville, and in particular the Johnsonville Triangle. And can you just give us a bit more information about what the plan is for Let's Get Wellington Moving in city streets to come through that area as well? Because I think it would be useful for us to understand kind of how those two might overlap.
Yep, I think I'll ask Paul to answer that question. Thank you.
Sorry, you're on mute, Paul.
Pressed the button, I'm sure I did. Thank you. Yes, City Streets has a number of projects that fall into the 3-year program within Let's Get Wellington Moving, including the project through to Johnsonville. So there is a corridor starting at the bottom of the Naranga Gorge to connect to the Hutt Road Cycleway up through the Naranga Gorge into Johnsonville. It includes Johnsonville Road as far as Broderick, and Broderick Road up to Moorfield, and Moorfield to include the picking up the bus stop and the train station. So that is a City Streets corridor. That is part of the 3-year program. So we would expect to see construction of that to make it better for walking, cycling and public transport. That work we expect to happen before the end of 2024 or mid-2024, the end of the financial year.
That all? Right, Councillor Wolf, thank you.
Yeah, just following on there, Paul, this is probably for you. Earlier it was said that there wasn't an indicative timeline, but obviously from what you've just said, there actually is some sort of draft. Is there any way that we can understand that phasing and that of the program in respect of a timeline?
Okay, yeah, happy to answer that. So that is the timeline from within the Let's Get Wellington Moving program, and you'll be aware that in my time in the program, when I was seconded into there, we brought the City Streets IBC to both councils for approval, and it included the timeline for when that Johnsonville work was going to be delivered. So this council has signed off that business case to advance that work in Johnsonville to be one of the first projects. I'm not sure if Moana wants to comment there. As partner lead into the program.
So, but in respect of what we're voting on today, there's no syncing of the two parts of work. You know, our responsibilities and also the Let's Get Wellington Moving responsibilities, because and is there an emphasis on primary and secondary routes, or will some of the secondary routes be undertaken prior to primary routes?
So the indications given to us through the LTP was that the entire network of primary and secondary was to be rolled out. So we are not differentiating any importance over primary or secondary. It's about where we get the greatest uptake by area. So we would do both primary and secondary in an area that led to the greatest uptake. And in the northern area, it is important. We also are tying in with that work that is proposed out of Let's Get Wellington Moving in Johnsonville. So we will be looking to try and coincide our transitional work in those northern suburbs to tie in with any work that Let's Get Wellington Moving will be doing, to try and have them seamless, to have them working with the community at the same time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get an idea of where Whārangi Onslow Western lies in the priority list.
So, Councillor Wolf, we also presented at the workshop a few weeks ago indicative timeframe and program for it. We sent you through the slide pack, and
okay, sorry if I missed that, but I just couldn't find that in the papers today.
No, it's not in the papers today.
So the papers today are a focus on the strategic network itself, not necessarily the delivery of the network.
Okay, I apologise. I'll go back and have a look at the slides again.
It's fine, Councillor Wolf. There is a lot to take in at the moment.
Absolutely,
Councillor
Pennant, you're quite right.
Councillor Young.
So my question is really about putting it on the limb that there's a proposed cycleway, and it's kind of like two-pronged question. One is, do we have any data from abroad as to whether that gives an uplift or a downlift to property values?
No, we don't.
So, and the other thing is, so we're putting this on people's limbs, but it may not take effect for quite some time. And I'm just thinking the average turnaround for house ownership in New Zealand is 7 years. So people could buy something which either gives an artificial uplift or an artificial downlift when actually it's not going to happen during their ownership of that property.
So the way we're continuing to work after the LTP instruction and what we've spoken to you about is the transitional bike routes will be installed in the first 3 to 5 years across the whole network. So we can expect that there will be seen cycleways to be on their streets within a relatively short time.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons. Sorry, you're moving around. That was distracting me.
My apologies. Yeah, I had a follow-up question about the limb as well. So just following up from Councillor Young, I understand that is a massive exercise. How quickly is the council going to be able to do that work? And what is the kind of communications plan with the community around that? Because that feels like, I mean, it may well be sensible, but it feels like a pretty big administrative effort is required.
So we've been working with our LIMS team, and they haven't indicated that this is going to be a huge project to do. It's around the GIS layers and some of those technical solutions, and so that's all in train. I don't have an exact date about when this will happen from, but we're working towards that and figuring that out.
Okay, and just asking this question as someone who's kind of been worn down by the politics of cycleways and have not found the council particularly supportive, how do officers propose to help councillors keep the community supportive of this work?
So we've held a number of workshops where those are some of the things that we're trying to address. So we've had Jess Shaw come in and talk about the framing. We've talked about the journey of doing great things, and what we're really trying to do is build that bridge, and we need to do that together because yes, it is a hard journey, but we do need to make sure that we can support you where it is. So that's a two-way thing. We need to make sure we give you the tools that you need, but we also need to understand what those tools are. So that's going to be a process where we can work together.
And do officers accept that even when there is community opposition to this, that it's important to allow that opposition to be heard and listened to, and even as a kind of matter of right, but also because that's important in order to be able to defend it? Because I don't feel like this council understands that.
Yes, no, we totally do understand that, and we're continually improving and listening both to your feedback around how we're doing things and trying to make sure that our processes are respectful and understanding, and we do try and make the changes where we can to address community concern.
Thank you. Councillor Day.
Oh, sorry, I was expecting it to be Deputy Mayor Free next. I can go though. I'm just wondering if we look at some of the secondary routes, and Councillor Condi mentioned the Tawa one, and I'm also thinking of the one that's been raised from the community in Johnsonville about Frank Johnson Street, just little connectors that might help people feel safe to avoid some big intersections or whatever. Does this plan stop us from adding other secondary routes over time and finding those connectors through those community conversations, which might, I guess, sometimes change the thinking? How do you see that working?
Perhaps I can answer that one. What I've been saying in that general idea is that there's something like 700 kilometres of street network in the city. This 160 that we're identifying as the primary and secondary network, the strategic network, is the place where we really want to put emphasis into making high quality, good connections, so that our schools and our centres are well connected and safe to use for people on bikes. It certainly doesn't mean that we won't be trying to develop other bike lanes in and around those connections. They just don't need to be part of the strategic network to enable that to occur.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then my second question is just around monitoring uptake, because as we heard this morning, and we do hear quite frequently, not many people use these places, and we all know that that's a big part of that is because people don't feel safe. They do have to feel brave to do it. And I know that, like, being a cyclist along the Hutt Road, I've watched the cycling numbers go up quite dramatically in the last couple of years. Are we going to monitor these other routes? Because I think that's a really important part of being able to help people understand how this growing network will be having an influence, and we can be tracking sort of some of that behaviour. Will we be able to do that?
Yes, absolutely. We do that in a number of ways, through on-site counts, through an annual monitoring program, and through things like the resident satisfaction survey. So there are a number of places that we will look for that information, but monitoring the effectiveness of the program is definitely part of our work going forward.
And I'll just add on to that, in terms of the transitional program, we've got a really robust data and monitoring program around it. So we're doing pre, during and after data collection, and making sure that we're evaluating and adapting as we go.
And then just a question around what we're doing around, I guess, future comms and helping people to access this network once as it's rolling out. As a cyclist, I get to certain parts of the city and then I feel pretty apprehensive because I don't know how to connect, how to do those things. Is there going to be some, an app or something that we can be looking at building to help people who are, emerging as cyclists figure out how to navigate our city as it's changing?
Great idea.
Cool.
We'll look at it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Sorry, so I'll just give first-time questioners priority. Is there anyone else who hasn't asked a question? And then we'll go to second round. All right, Deputy Mayor Free. Thank you.
Thank you. And I thought you were doing that, so that was fine. I guess I'm just wanting to go back to Newtown, and one thing that did come out of the consultation, which has been responded to, was that suggestion of going up Russell Terrace and across Waripori as an alternative to going up Rintoul Street. And I noticed that's now been identified as a secondary route, which I think is a really good thing. It's the route I use, and I think Councillor Poon uses as well. And I think a lot of people do. But I guess in my mind, I almost wonder whether it could have been just a decision to make that actually the primary route, given that it's going to be pretty tricky up Rintoul Street with mass rapid transit as well. So I'd like some feedback on
Joe, do you want to?
Yeah, look, I can have a go at answering that. As I said before, the first thing is that there isn't necessarily a functional difference between the primary and secondary routes. What they do from a network definition point of view is that the main centres are connected through the primary network, and then routes that augment that are designated as the secondary route. We expect that. Well, no, I can't say that actually. I was going to say something around the MRT, but obviously the MRT is a piece of work that is still being done, and it won't be for some time until a decision is made on that, and then further work will need to be done to actually confirm the details of routes and designs and what can and can't be accommodated. So at this time, it's really in the council's hands if they want to change the designation of those recommended routes.
I don't want to on the fly, but I'm interested that you say that the primary routes connect places and the secondary routes are just alternatives, because I thought that the primary routes would have the higher level of investment and the secondary routes would maybe have a lesser level of investment. So now I'm wondering if I've been thinking the wrong thing all along.
Well, as I said before about the difference between routes, the design of routes needs to reflect its place, obviously, and an appropriate separation for people on bikes and other services within the corridor. So in practice, that would mean that on a primary or secondary route with a very high traffic volume and relatively high operating speeds, you would expect to see separated bike lanes.
Yeah, okay. I don't think Our Street's going to be problematic.
All right, you're going to deal with that in debate. Councillor Foon. Are you there, Laurie? Okay, maybe not. No final questions? Councillor Calvert.
I'm asking this on behalf of Councillor Rush, but Councillor, did you want to ask the question?
I have made it. Thank you, Councillor Calvert.
Okay, so I was
my system.
Okay, I was just helping Councillor Rush, but I don't need to anymore, so I'll leave it to him.
So it's not a new question, but I have been quite confused around. I mean, I guess it's about slope and gradient. How has the European guidelines, if at all, been on slope and gradient been applied in this project? And I understand that some NZTA guidelines, which I have not been able to see, other than some commentary, which, I mean, how have they been applied?
Joe or Paul, would one of you be able to answer that?
Perhaps Joe, you can chip in if I get it wrong. But look, we've developed a strategic model to factor in an uptake across the network. So the whole the entire strategic network, as we're proposing it, we've done some modelling work to understand what the anticipated uptake would be from that, and from that we can calculate the overall benefits. That model that we've developed takes into account gradient and proximity of the town centre. So the further out we get from the central area or from some of our town centres, there's less uptake. So distance gets a penalty and gradient gets a penalty. Across the network, we still believe that there is worthwhile benefits to be achieved across the entire strategic network, that there will be sufficient uptake to offset the cost and the penalty of doing it. Now that's at the highest level, and we're about to submit our program business case into Whakatahi, but that model that we've developed was the model that was used for the City Streets business case. That was robustly tested and peer reviewed and thought to be appropriate for New Zealand conditions. So those penalties that we have in there. Now that's at the strategic level. When we get down to the individual projects still need to stack up. So each project must go through a business case process in order to attract Whakatahi and co-investment. So we will need to do a lot finer detail of the likely benefits. So on a steeper route, we know that we're against it, that absolutely there is less people prepared to cycle up hills than they do on a flat. But the advice from officers to this committee is that we believe the strategic network that we're proposing will still have sufficient benefits even on the steeper parts of that network. But that will be tested in detail when it's projectized and run through a business case.
Thanks, Paul. So I guess the answer is that we haven't applied the European guidelines, or it sounds to me like NZTA's either. We've created our own model, and is that based on survey data? I mean, there was a survey in 2014 that showed a lot of barriers. The biggest barrier was slope.
Cool. Yeah, look, and we're also looking at the existing users on our steeper streets. We know that Naranga Gorge and Nio Gorge are heavily used by cyclists in both directions. So gradient doesn't put those off. But again, we will need to test that when we get to the individual projects. Again, advice to this committee is that we believe that the gradients won't put off sufficient number of people that we will still be able to achieve a good return on our investment.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. I think it's going quite a little bit beyond the paper. Right, Councillor Foon, you're back now.
Going a little bit beyond the paper.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora. 3 more questions from me. Just some of the challenges some of the businesses are raising is that they are linked into earthquake listed buildings, and they're linked into partnerships with Wellington City Council on how they are doing that, which has, you know, a timeline for them, and they are worried about, you know, income impacting ability to see this through. So just can I have assurance or can I have a comment from officers on how we will work with businesses to help with that? I've got a few questions, so if you don't mind if I roll them out. Also, the new the secondary cycleway proposed through the Newtown Centre, will that be a transitional cycleway like we have done for like we're doing for Adelaide Road? And then the third question is around timing around the parking plan, as we know that we've got one coming for Newtown as well. So how will they work in together?
Yeah, I'll start off trying to answer these, and people jump in if there's anything that I miss. In terms of the question around the heritage buildings, and that's of course the John Street intersection that's identified as a heritage area. So we've contacted the heritage team to understand where how we can help those owners and where that's happening, and how the 2 projects in play there are, and yeah, where people are in the processes there. So we're working with the heritage team, and we'll get back to the building owners as soon as we can with more information. The secondary through Newtown, if that will be a transitional or not, our assumption is that we would go through with the transitional route to start with, as we will with the rest of the network. How that looks, just as Joe has spoken about, that is a local context that we need to take into consideration when we design it. And to answer that question as well, but also talks a little bit about your next question, is that with all of our projects, we will be doing parking management plans around them to make sure we have done that on the first 2 transitional, and we'll continue to do that to make sure we understand what the parking impacts are and how we can mitigate as near as possible, especially those time restricted. In terms of the Newtown parking management plan, which is currently being done, that will take into consideration the bike network plan as a strategic document, but it's also very much around some of those time restrictions, residents, coupon, and how those get placed. So it will take into consideration these, but it's mainly about getting those settings right and the right number of different types of parking, which is currently in Newtown.
Right, good. Councillor Rush.
Sorry, I think that's from previously, I was going to say your worship. Well, that's a bit premature, isn't it? But I might have another question. Thanks.
Do you have another question? Okay, you can ask it now.
Okay, well, I will ask another question, I guess to you again, Paul, and it's about the slope thing. I mean, if we're recognising, as we should, that more difficult hills are less attractive as they are to well, going up anyway, to cyclists. So is there any, does that mean that we invest sort of less in those pathways? Are we investing, are we doing, should we say, less fabulous cycleways in those areas where we're not going to get that sort of uptake? And are we really prioritising those commuter routes as being the ones that we want to see fabulous and you know, invest heavily in?
Yeah, look, I'm not sure the investment is to make them fabulous. It's to make them safe. And if we can provide a safe cycleway at low cost, then we probably ought to be doing that. but some of the more difficult and more expensive probably are our hillier ones, which is the advantage of having a transitional program running ahead of the transformational program. So we're something like Raroa Road from Aro Valley through to Chater Street. We would be looking to what would it take to get both a transitional and a transformational route through there. And I suspect a transitional would be more akin to what we've done on Brooklyn Hill, and where we hope to roll that out. That will then provide the evidence base for further investment in the transformational program that would follow afterwards. So if the evidence suggests that people build it and they will come, then that will then set the standard for how we can roll out the transformational. So that probably answers your question. Yes, we do a cheap version first, check that it's being used, check it's the right thing to do, and then we can invest the additional funds later.
Okay. And how's Brooklyn Hill looking? Because when we first did it, the numbers were a bit, we couldn't quite figure it out because there was lockdowns and all that sort of thing. Have you seen a marked increase from this time, say, last year?
I don't know, Vida, if you've got the numbers. Look, I haven't seen
I
absolute
don't have
numbers.
the data on the latest data on hand, but we can definitely send something out.
But anecdotally, it's still a fantastic facility.
Fabulous.
Right. Thank you very much. Councillor Paul, over to you to introduce the paper.
Wow, by the time we finished those questions, the transitional network could have been built. Well, I just want to start by giving a massive mihi to Vida Christella, Claire Pascoe, Liam Hodgetts, Paul Barker, and all of the team who've been working really hard at doing what we've asked them to do, which is to get underway with this connected network with Pāneke Pōneke and get on with it. So thank you for all of your hard work on that. And I also wanted to thank all of the submitters. There was lots of support for this plan in the submissions. I think there was significant detailed media coverage of this cycleways saga, from when it was, only 5 people in support to 7 people in support to 10 people in support in the end. So there's been significant coverage. I think a lot of people are aware that it's happening, and we can be confident in the findings of this engagement that this is the right direction to be going in, and we should keep going hard and early on this mahi. We've talked so many times about the many important reasons for a connected cycleway and for Pāneke Pōneke, but I think this morning's submission was a reminder to us all that some people in our community are still not completely clear about the reasons that we're doing this mahi and why it's so significant. And I found that in talking to people who are not convinced that this is the right direction to go in, that if we continue to repeat these reasons about why we're doing this, that we can actually change minds and convince people and show them why this is such important mahi. And to repeat those, the most obvious reason is that we need to move more people with fewer vehicles. Our city is growing. Wellington City, it's compact, it's steep, it's narrow, and we know it needs to accommodate 50 to 80,000 more people within our city, and that's not a controversial point. It's impossible. It's going to be impossible to move that many people around in individual cars, so we have to be working on different ways for our growing city to be able to move around. We know that there's a really big part of our population who want to ride around the city, and particularly populations of people who want to ride but do not feel safe enough to ride. So we're talking about women, we're talking about mothers, gender diverse people, children, tamariki, we're talking about older people as well. These are your non-traditional cyclists who would take up cycling if it was safer. And we know that the numbers of people who don't yet cycle are huge. And that shouldn't be a controversial point either. And there's been lots of work done there to show that lots of people want to cycle but do not feel safe. And that shouldn't be controversial either. We know that lots of people do not feel safe in the city simply walking around. Many groups are subject to harassment and abuse on the streets, and being on a bike, being right up against fast-moving traffic amplifies that experience of a lack of safety, especially for tamariki. We've heard from many tamariki over the last few years, and I think we owe it to them to make sure that they can get to school, to their friends' houses, and make it home safely every day. So if there are lots of people who want to and can take up cycling, then we should encourage that, because the elephant in the room here is climate change and transport equity. Cars make up a massive chunk of our carbon emissions, and the biggest thing that we can do as a city is get people onto buses and on bikes and on foot where they are able to. And that means that disabled people and older people who need to use a car and rely on using a car can get to where they need to go safely and quickly. And that's what it's all about. So I would just say, let's keep talking about these reasons, make sure that everyone's really clear. And I guess just finally, one of my biggest beefs with council and with local government is that we often make short-term decisions based on what's happening in the now. But I think Pāneke Pōneke, this bike network plan, is an example of a long-term, far-sighted, strategic and significant investment into our tamariki, into the health and well-being of the taiao and of our climate. It's an investment into transport equity, into safety for all people, not just dudes in lycra. And this is the kind of decision-making that I'd like to see more often. So thank you to everyone for making a submission and being heard. I'm confident that we're going in the right direction. There will be speed bumps along the way, but as councillors, our job is to just keep reiterating the reasons, those really important reasons as to why we're doing this mahi. So looking forward to seeing what everyone has to say. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Paul. That's an excellent speech, so I don't need to repeat it. So look, this is a really great day for Pōneke that we are passing this very ambitious bike plan. It's well overdue. And so, of course, I want to acknowledge the many submitters who have actually spent many years advocating for this, for the councillors here and past councillors too, who have done so much to advance the agenda, our wonderful staff who have been steadfast in promoting this work. It is fantastic, and just what a great legacy I think that we can leave the city. So I just want to make 2 points. The first is, and I've said it publicly and I'm going to say it again, I do not consider it appropriate to have a political argument, public debates about whether one road user group is allowed to be safe. This is the part of the fundamental problem here, and we make sure that we provide a basic level of service to drivers and to pedestrians. I'm fully aware that there is more that we can do. I will always support attempts to make everyone safe, drivers as well. You know, it's just completely unacceptable that so many people die and get injured on our roads every year. But nevertheless, it seems that when we come to this particular road user group, that we can have, and not just this city and not just this country, has long and bitter debates about whether someone can be safe. And I think it is time to move on from that, to make sure that yes, people do have a right to be safe, and then let's work with that to meet other needs. And I acknowledge them. There are sometimes very tricky design issues to deal with retailers, with other road user groups, and of course I will support the pedestrians, that cycling should not come at the expense of pedestrians. So I think there are some very, very deep issues there which need to be explored publicly. The second point I'd like to make is that this is fantastic, but of course, as I've spoken about with the cycling lobby, is that then we have a lot more work to do, which is around lowering speeds. It's absolutely critical that we have those lower speeds, that we do talk about low traffic neighbourhoods, that and there are many neighbourhoods in Pōneke that could achieve that. And that is particularly important for many of the groups that Councillor Paul highlighted, who do feel vulnerable. And I was particularly touched by the rainbow community coming and talking about their needs. So and I really am thankful to them that they do have a right to be safe. And so we can't just stick with this one network. We need to make sure that all of our neighbourhoods and all of the city is safe, and that also that we don't have gaps in our network, that we complete it. We don't make one part of the road safe for cyclists and then put them into a dangerous position, that we make it safe. So thank you. And of course, sorry, Deputy Mayor Free, you've done a sterling job of working very, very hard when it was demanding to get some of these cycleways through. And of course, many mayors have contributed to this as well. So it's a great day, and I look forward to a unanimous vote. Deputy Mayor Free.
Yes, thanks. Yes, it is a really great day, but it's such an irony in a way that we've got the Island Bay Cycleway coming back to us for hopefully the very last time, or nearly the very last time, at the same time that we have an incredibly ambitious bike network plan for the entire city. And I think this is, we've made amazing progress, that we've gone from a very difficult project, our first project, it had a mixed reception, although a lot of people did like it. But it just shows that being able to move forward and onwards from that to a place where the community are confident enough for us to actually roll this sort of infrastructure out over the whole city, I think says a lot for the steadfast determination of not just people on council, councillors, but also our staff. Thank you, Tam, for mentioning transport equity. My passion for cycling actually came out of a desire to see young people being able to move around our city with freedom and without having to rely on parents or expensive cars or expensive buses at the time. They were relatively more costly than they are now. But we also really do need to remind ourselves of the fundamental reasons why this is a good idea. So it's not just about transport equity, but there are massive health benefits from active transport. Very credible research has established you've actually got nearly half the risk of all cancers if you are regularly active with a bicycle, and a significant reduction in heart attack. And that's over and above the benefits to air, to the climate change effects, and just the pleasantness and quietness and serenity of our city environment. And I think this is why we are seeing a strong support for what we're doing. The consultation report I found really amazing. I'm going to browse it again at my leisure because there hasn't been enough time to do it justice, but it's rich and full with feedback. And I love the way the staff have managed to actually focus on different areas of the city and what was specifically said in those areas. I think it's always going to be a work in progress to some extent. So we will approve the bike network, I'm hoping today, with its primary and its secondary routes. But I think along the track, there probably will be room to review that and to see how it does roll out and to continue to learn what we're doing, as we have learned from Island Bay and all the amazing work in the eastern suburbs, and from our work with the Hutt Cycleway, and from some of our tracks, like the Wakely Path that connects the northern suburbs. And this is a really exciting and ongoing journey, and this is just one more step in it, but a very, very important step.
That's it, Deputy Mayor.
That's it from me.
Sorry, you just froze for a bit. Thank you very much. Councillor Calvert.
I'd like to move my amendment, if I may.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Apologies, Councillor Calvert. I don't have that amendment in front of me.
Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, I thought you included in the email I sent out last night. So should I let just somebody else go and speak, and I'll just send this through to Heidi?
Well, I'm just aware that you need to go, so just want to make sure that you get the chance to put this on the table. Is it just a matter of forwarding the email?
Yeah, I'll just find that to forward. I haven't had any advice from officers about any aspects about it.
Okay, no, that's fine. You can just forward that on and then speak to it.
I think it has been sent to all councillors and the mayor, and with the supporting information. So look, I'll I'll just very briefly talk to this. This is about the amending recommendation 6 in terms of the traffic resolutions, and this is asking that to remove Johnsonville Road and Broderick Road from this traffic resolution. And I'm moving this on the request of the Johnsonville Business Association and Johnsonville Community Association, which I'm often in dialogue with. I know the area very well. I'm in the area several times a week, and frequent the roads, generally driving, I have to say. But it is an area that is up for significant development. So I appreciate a lot of the other roads there, that there's not an awful lot of change layout being proposed for them in terms of other development. But for Johnsonville Triangle, there really is. The mall's got to be redeveloped. We don't quite know how that's going to shape up. We know that it's going to be a key hub for our bus network, and from Let's Get Welly Moving, whether that's light rail or mass rapid transit. And yeah, so all that whole area is going to be rejigged. So putting this in as a traffic resolution now could potentially stymie, and I think it would be better to come back when we really know how all that road layout's going to work, where the shops are going to be, where the community facilities, how everything's linking together. So I think this is just a prudent approach to this, given the significant change coming to this particular area. And I see that's up there now. So, and I think if the Johnsonville Community Association did present to us, and they were very supportive of having a bike network through their suburb, and they came with some really good suggestions because they know the area really well. They're traveling it daily. They understand how the traffic movements work, and including public transport. So I think this is a small thing, but would mean a lot to this community. And also it doesn't prevent anything happening in the future. But what it just does say is, look, we really need to check this out once the plans for the mall are in place, once we know how the transport hub is going to work, and so that everything does come together in a cohesive way. It's still there on the bike network plan, so that's still it's still there as part of a bigger picture, but it might look a lot different come when we do need to make some changes once that area is in. So I understand Councillor Wolf will be seconding.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf, would you like to speak now, and then we can take any questions of officers?
No, I'll reserve my right to speak. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Right, thank you. Councillors, any questions? So I can't see some people on the screen. So can you just indicate if it's a question as opposed, just you can turn your mic on, and so, because I don't want to lose the speaking order that you've already put yourself in. So Mayor Foster,
that's why we're waving our hands rather than taking.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, so Mayor Foster, Councillor Condie.
I think you had Councillors Day and Condie first. So
okay,
they
right.
being the local ward councillors, I'm happy
yes,
to go first.
A good point. Thank you, Councillor Condie.
Thank you. The first question I have for officers is, what would the impact be of this on the removing all of Broderick Road, which I understand includes a cycleway that's meant to connect the central town centre with a school up at West Park School, which leads beyond the Johnsonville Triangle?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, so the effect of this amendment would be to remove that cycleway that connects the school, and then on Johnsonville Road, would the effect of this amendment be mean that we would remove Johnsonville Road where it connects from the triangle down to the motorway? So that's that section between Fraser Ave and Broderick Road.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. I guess I'll have a question for the mover of the motion at some point about whether that is actually your intent, to remove those additional sections. Another question that I have, and this one might be for Paul because it's going to be about how it affects Let's Get Wellington Moving. If we were to remove these streets from our bike network plan at this point, what signal would that send to the city streets business plan team about what they need to do when they're planning their interventions in this area?
So by including both Johnsonville Road, Broderick Road in our strategic network would mean that the Let's Get Wellington Moving team would have to give it more than consideration. They must show how they're meeting the obligations under the strategic network to provide safely for bikes on the bits of the strategic network that we will have approved here today.
And if we took those out?
They would give it consideration, but they wouldn't be compelled to include.
Thank you.
Chair, could I just clarify that I'm not suggesting this gets removed from the bike network plan. All I'm doing is suggesting they get removed from the traffic resolution. So
no,
I'm not suggesting. So I just wanted to be clear about that. It's only from this traffic resolution, not from the network plan. So I'm not trying to change the whole plan. It's just about putting on hold.
Okay, thank you. Then I have a further question, which is what do we what would the effect be of leaving these as primary and secondary routes, but removing them from the traffic resolution?
Joe, do you want to have a go at that?
I think we probably, Paul, need to just have a chat to Elliot around that. So we have to get back to you on that question.
Thanks, Vita.
Can you do that while the other questions go on?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right, is that all, Councillor Condy? Okay,
yes,
Councillor Day.
So my question sort of does intersect with those questions, but it's more if you remove it from the traffic resolutions now, when would it come up again as an opportunity? Because it puts it outside every other part of the process, and it wouldn't be clear then when it would come back. It's probably similar to what Councillor Condy was just asking, because it sort of goes into the abyss of nowhere, and that there's no suggestion of when it would come back here.
So I think Joe answered the question earlier in introducing the paper. All of the projects would have to bring back their own traffic resolutions or a temporary traffic management plan as part of the rollout. So they would all come back as part of the project that got going through there. So if it was a Let's Get Wellington Moving Street, a further traffic resolution would be required when that rolled out. If it's a transitional program, as we're expecting to roll out through parts of Johnsonville Road, that would come back through a temporary traffic management plan followed up by a traffic resolution. So they would always have a second traffic resolution. So there's this primary one now, which sends the signal that these streets are important for cycling, and then they would be followed up at a project detailed traffic resolution later, and that would still happen.
A question for you would be, what do you think is the advantage of doing a transitional, these ones as transitional cycleway routes? What is the advantage of that for Johnsonville? What would strategically, what would that do for the community?
Look across the entire program, the advantage of the transitional is to create the evidence base to demonstrate that this investment is a worthwhile investment. We're expecting, rough order 10%, and it may not be anywhere near 10%, but a sort of a modest 10% up front to demonstrate the case, to iron out the kinks, to work out what works and what doesn't work before coming in with the bigger project to do the fuller street transformation. Remembering that street transformation has a wider focus than just cycling. But yeah, so it lets us just test the bike stuff up front.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
I think we're all asking questions in the general same vein, trying to get a head around what the implication would be for this. So, Paul, we're going to be doing, this is one of the early parts of City Streets. So when City Streets comes to do something in the Johnsonville Triangle, how does it differentiate? Well, how different would it be if Broderick and Johnsonville are identified as part of the primary cycle network, as opposed if they weren't? What difference is it going to make? I mean, is this a dancing on the head of a pin thing, or is it actually going to make a meaningful difference in terms of how that project would interact with any cycling provision? Because regardless, there will be some cyclists on those routes.
Yeah, so there was a question was asked earlier. I think Councillor Calvert's amendment is not proposing that. So I don't think there's any thought that we don't have strategic cycling network on those two roads. It's just whether the TR. But in terms of the importance of creating the strategic network across the entire city as part of the rollout of Paniki Puniki would enable us to provide some strategic context for cycling on that corridor. So when further operational maintenance or other projects happen along that corridor, they must take account of the strategic importance of cycling at that location. Where it's not on the strategic network, they've got to give consideration to all modes, but not at a strategic importance level. If there's a slight difference whether it was in or out.
So the actual physical outcome might be exactly the same regardless of whether this amendment will pass or not.
I don't think it relates to this amendment, but whether the substantive is passed or not.
Oh no,
so the amendment is just to remove the strategic traffic resolution, and in this case it would have and I think Vida was getting some detail. I'm seeing some chat happening, so I don't know if Vida, you can jump back in and answer that question around. Yep.
Sorry.
I've just seen your comment.
We're not quite ready to answer yet.
It's fine. We can just keep going.
Okay. So Paul, can I then just ask the final question, which is, does taking it out give a false picture to people?
I think it does. It gives a sense of security that on parts of the network, the council has made the call that this is of sufficient importance that we have passed a strategic traffic resolution. And other parts of the network, it seems to be it would be less important if it was absent of a traffic resolution for a couple of two streets of the whole network.
Okay, and just if I can, just finally, just to take if the view that the Johnsonville submitters were saying that effectively Moorfield is the most important route, is there any merit in saying that's the primary route, the other two are secondary routes, they're still part of it and sends a signal that way? Is that of any merit, or do you disagree with that proposition? Because that's seems what you're saying.
No, look, so we accepted that Moorfield ought to be a primary route, so we consulted on Johnsonville being primary and Moorfield being secondary. We've accepted that a number of people cycling from the north would choose to use the Nio Gorge to access the city. So that's that longer route. So that ought to be primary. Equally from Churton Park through to Onslow College would be via Moorfield and primary. But we know from existing users, many still choose to use the Naranga Gorge, and that ought to also be a primary route. The expectation that somebody coming from the north would get to the Moorfield Road roundabout, heading to Naranga, that would then take a route of Moorfield and Broderick doesn't seem to make sense as a cyclist. So we think it's important that both of them are primary, regardless of whether it's primary or secondary. The look and feel of the cycleway wouldn't change, because as Joe has tried to outline earlier, the form of the route, the form of the facility will be dictated by the volume, speed, and location of the vehicles adjacent to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Who else? Oh, Councillor Conde, you've got another question? Thank you.
Well, my question is really probably just coming back to the advice that the staff are still scrambling around to get, which is what the effect of this will be if it's in the strategic plan but not in the traffic resolution. If there's no other questions, maybe we need to take a 5-minute adjournment so we can get a clear answer on that.
Yeah, that's right. So, councillors, are there any other questions of officers? Otherwise, we will do that. Okay, so we are going to take that 5-minute adjournment and then we will come back with advice. Thanks very much, councillors.
Chair, Ina.
Yes.
I do have to leave at 12 to catch a plane. So I'm just wondering about the logistics of this. If I've moved it and now I'm not going to be here by the time the debate's finished, what is
what's it? So what you need to do is
So
find someone else to
get
find someone else to take it over. Sarah,
Mm.
I'm the chair. You do need to find someone else too, otherwise it does lapse.
Okay, so so if Simon then becomes the move, does he take the place of the mover?
Have you got someone
Normally
else
we need
to?
another person to take the place of the mover. Councillor Wolf can remain as seconder.
I can second it.
Oh, okay, thank you. So if Liz can, is it okay for Liz to second and Simon to move into the mover, be the mover?
That's fine.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Simon, are you there? Are you okay with that?
This is a whanapaku break, eh?
No, it's just an adjournment because we need some officer advice, but feel free to take a break if you need one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Officers now are ready to give their advice. So if everyone can come back, thank you very much. Right, Vito.
Okay, thank you. So there are two parts of the question I understood from Councillor Condi. One is what will the effect be on Let's Get Wellington Moving, and then it won't have any consequences for Let's Get Wellington Moving. They will be looking at the strategic bike network plan, and that will therefore be included in their considerations. It will, however, removing it from the TR will, however, mean that they will not be on limbs and therefore affect the information that is going to property owners and the information that they receive.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, Vita's voice faded out towards the end. I didn't get the last couple of sentences.
So removing from the TR will mean that it will not go on to limbs and therefore property owners will not have the information around this and not be communicated with in the way that that's being intended.
Councillor Condi's got another question.
Yes. And then my follow-up question is then, does this, if it was not on the traffic resolution, does that mean it would not be able to have a transitional treatment?
No, we would still be able to do a transitional treatment.
Okay.
There you go. Are there any other questions? Okay, so everyone's clear on the practical impact of this. That it won't stop the transitional treatment. Okay. All right. Now, who would like to speak to the amendment?
Can I move the motion be put?
Oh, do you? All right.
Can I move the
Okay.
motion
So,
be put?
have you got a seconder, Mayor Foster?
I hope so.
Councillor Day is.
Yep.
Thank you. So, if you could now vote, please.
Hey! Don't. Doesn't the mover have the right of reply?
No, hang on. We've still got to
after we put.
We've just got to vote.
Then yes, you do.
It's procedural motion.
Okay.
Sorry, can we have all things up on display when we're voting?
So this is just a procedural motion as to whether you want to put it now.
And I'm afraid I don't have the words for that up. Just as it's quite spirit of
It's
the
all
moment.
right. It's fine.
Waiting on votes from Councillor Foon and Fitzsimons. So that is 11 votes in favour, 12 votes in favour and 3 against, which has carried.
Thank you very much. Right. So now we can have a right of reply. Except we can't really have a right of reply.
No, we can't. But
no one's spoken.
Yeah, I haven't spoken.
No one's spoken.
Sorry.
Sorry, Heidi. So it can't even go on the table. Sorry, usually we've had a bit of an introduction.
Yeah, I'm just finding the right standing order.
Sorry, just make sure we've got that process right.
It's been introduced, so there's no issue with that.
Yeah. The mover has spoken. And Simon withheld his right. So actually, it's all kosher.
Everything's kosher.
But it hasn't been seconded.
Oh,
it has
yes,
been
it was.
seconded,
yes,
but
it was.
Councillor Wolf has reserved his right to speak.
Oh, you're still here, Councillor Calvert.
Are taken immediately.
Councillor Calvert has a right of reply.
The mover of the motion is entitled to a right of reply, and then the motion under debate is put. So Councillor Calvert can speak again, but unfortunately Councillor Wolf cannot.
No, that's right. I thought Councillor Calvert had left.
And now I've got 3
she has
minutes.
nothing to reply to other than her own speech.
Yes, Councillor Calvert.
I do, yeah, the my speech and also the responses to the questions. Look, I just want to reiterate, this is not changing the bike network plan. All this is about just removing it from the traffic resolution. Changes can still happen. It's just that area is subject to significant change with the mall development and the public transport hub. And so this is just prudent just to pull this out. I think everybody who's buying in Johnsonville around that central area or has a home certainly knows that there's further development happening. So whether it's on the limb or not should not really impact. And even then, we don't know whether things will have to change anyway, given we don't know how the mall is going to be developed. So this is just removing it from the traffic resolution. These changes can still happen when we know what is the plan for that whole area where it is best to put a bike network. And as you've seen from the community, they're very supportive of having it on the bike network plan from a big picture perspective, but best please support them and just saying, let's just not go ahead with the traffic resolution as it is, wait until we've got more detail, then move a traffic resolution that's more pertinent to whatever the design is on. So I look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, if people can vote now, thank you.
So as always, thank you. Thank you.
Waiting on a vote from Councillor Pennant and Councillor Rush, though I believe Councillor Rush is having connectivity difficulties.
Ms. Mueller, I have voted. It's showing up on my screen as no.
Oh, sorry, it's not showing up on mine.
Okay, sorry. No, I'm having it for some reason. Here you go.
Okay, so that is 11 votes against and 3 in favour. Those in favour, Councillor Young, Councillor Wolf and Councillor Calvert. Oh, apologies, Liz Kelly, I'm missing a vote from you.
Oh, I voted.
I don't have a
I'll
record
do
of
it
it, sorry.
again. I'll do it again. Did you get that? Because I can't
Yes,
see
thank
anything.
you. Thank you. So that's 4 votes in favour, 11 votes against. Those in favour, Councillors Calvert, Young and Wolf, and Liz Kelly.
Thank you very much. All right, Councillor Calvert, a bon voyage.
Yeah, thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Certainly will. Right,
Yeah,
Councillor
bye.
Fitzsimon. Councillor Fitzsimons, I'm sorry, everyone, if you can just put your hands up again if you'd like to speak to this debate. Right, thank you.
Just briefly, I want to join with others in acknowledging the work of officers in preparing this. I know it's been a lot of work and a labour of love for many of you, and it is a historic decision that we're making today, and I'm happy to support it because I do think it's an important part of climate action. But as I reflect on my journey as a councillor, particularly with the Island Bay Cycleway, I do want to sound a word of caution because I have not felt supported in the way that Island Bay has rolled out in the community. I have not felt that officers have understood the various community pressures on us as councillors. And I want to make it very clear to the council officers that we need support to help defend this decision. You have a huge amount of power and resources that we do not have. So in Newtown recently, we're putting in the transitional cycleway, there was communication with the businesses. I asked to see copies of that communication so that when they came to me, I would know what was going on. I wasn't given it. They got it first. They got angry and upset, and I was in no position to defend it. So
Councillor Fitzsimons, look, I understand your passion, but if I could just ask you to just remember that we don't criticise officers in public. So if you could just maybe...
I will not name an officer, but what I want to make sure that officers understand, and it's a very important point, is that we need their support in defending these decisions in the community. It is not enough. We have no political advice, no media support. We need help doing that. I'm happy to make this bold and visionary decision, but I want officers to understand that councillors, and there'll be new councillors come in that are dealing with this, will need help and support. We can't do it alone. I really want to see much, much better assistance and support to councillors. And I also want officers to make sure that they understand that this council needs to bring people on board with this plan. And that means listening respectfully to people who oppose it, because that's what we do in a democracy. But it's also how you build strong support for change in communities. I know that there is community support for this, but that support is tenuous, and this council must not take that support for granted. I'm not convinced that Wellington City Council recognises how challenging and ambitious this plan is, given the hurdles and obstacles we are facing in the community. And I hope that council officers, and I'll tell you what I sort of fantasize about sometimes, it's the opportunity to brief ELT about how to understand the political realities facing councillors, because I don't think there is deep understanding of that within the council. And I think if there was, and if we could, rather than have a them and us approach, if we could more work in partnership on these issues, then we'd have much more chance of delivering this historic change for Wellington. So I hope that that message has been heard, and I hope that council officers will take the criticism and the spirit it's meant, which is to try and make this plan successful in its implementation in Wellington.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
I can't quite remember the order, but I do know that Laurie was ahead of me, and maybe Jill as well.
Okay,
if
right.
we wanted to...
Yeah, sorry. Look, I just don't
just go.
What it was. Should we just have a new order? It might be easier.
Oh, I think Laurie wants to go, so I'll put her next, and then I'll go.
Okay,
after
lovely, lovely. Thank you, everyone.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair and Councillor O'Neill. Yes, with the flurry of hands, I got out of order. But yes, I do want to acknowledge your words, Councillor Fitzsimons, and thank you for bringing them. And I just want to say that yes, we in the Southern Water are on a new face of the changes that are going on around us. And I am fresh from looking these business owners in the eye on their perceived impact of their livelihoods. So, you know, it's really reframing even that they are businesses, they are people, and this is their livelihood. And so we are going to need to work really hard with our communication and giving lots of time. And I think we were fed back to in the economic wellbeing strategy about working with our businesses on that. And so this is the time where we really need to start demonstrating how we do that. And I know we're learning as we go, but it's not going to be an easy ride. I can see this. But yes, we've got the bigger vision. And so with that, I do just want to come back to having a massive shout out for Councillor Paul for being bold and bringing this amendment to us in the long-term plan. I didn't expect to see this in my time on council, and this is really one of the main things that I stood for. So it is a pretty massive milestone and a privilege to be here today. I also do want to thank officers for the work that they put into this, and I know it's not easy for you as well, but I really thank you for your commitment, and especially Liam or Mr. Hodgetts for your introduction to the paper as well. I do want to thank all of the submitters over this period, particularly the Tariki, and I think we are seeing that growth, and we need to keep telling that story. And we've got 15% annual growth in our cycling at the moment, and 230% growth in riding since we started counting in 2000. So this is pretty exciting stuff, and this is what we need to make more visible. Just back to our business community, you know, it's I think the reality that the expectation to build a business model on car parking and on the street is now not viable anymore. We need to change that expectation, and that the streets and roads are public spaces, they're owned by all of us, and they must be used for the benefit of all of us. I do want to acknowledge the lower speeds, particularly in Newtown. We're on 40k, and it is a nightmare getting through our township, and we really need to see this lowered to 30k as part of this strategy. But I must say that this summer particularly, I have loved using the network. I'm blessed in the south where I can ride to the southern beaches. Last night I rode down for a break, had a swim at Lyle Bay, cycled up through the Rongotai network, back over up Crawford Street, back home in time for a big call from Councillor Condi, didn't even miss a beat. And being able to do this is encouraging me to do it more and more often. And I'm not the only one. I'm just seeing so many people out there loving this opportunity to choose different ways to move around. Another funny story was on the Crawford Road cycleway. I saw a guy the other day, or a person coming up on an electric skateboard going up the hill. It blew my mind. We haven't even started to see what's coming at us when we create these small roads, places for other people to use. And just to wrap up, I just want to say that also my community around transport equity is that I am seeing more and more economically disadvantaged people using a bike locally, and it's really heartwarming. But actually my vote today is going out to all of you women who I see cycling on your cargo bikes, getting sandwiched in between buses and cars, and my heart skips a beat as your kids wave at me from the back of your bike. And this is what my tick is for you all today. So thank you everybody for getting us to this point. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairperson. I wanted to open my speech with a very large influence in my community and advocacy for cycle lanes, and that is Deputy Mayor Sarah Free. I wanted to thank you for championing the cycling portfolio, and also the Dude in Lycra, Chris Calvi-Freeman, because they both made really brave representations to community at several Meet the Candidates meetings, but even before then, defending cycleway projects in and around the peninsula and in my community. And I wanted to thank you because you gave me the space to be able to learn and engage with an open mind and open heart about cycleways in my community. And I wanted to thank you for that. The second group of people that I wanted to thank was actually the young children at St. Anthony's School in my ward. So that it's a school in Seatoon, and early on in my term, I was invited to come and open a bike pump track, like one of those really fun sort of bendy ones. And Patrick Morgan was there, and I remember as being rather nervous as a guy with a lot of mana from Twitter who led Cycling Action Network at the time. And as a part of the promotion for the pump track, they asked all the community leaders and politicians to jump on a bike. Now, in a place of honesty, I hadn't ridden a bike in years, and although I supported all the cycling initiatives that came across the table, I was very nervous, and Patrick kind of sort of chilled me out, calmed me down, but I was in front of a crowd of, they would have been between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. And Paul Eagle went ahead of me and he was better on the bike than I was, which was quite a nerve-wracking experience. But actually, I started off really well. All the photos from that day, I was pale, I was panicking, and funnily enough, I ended up actually falling off the bike and crashing it, and it did not go well, but we had a good laugh about it. And Patrick said, you know, the best thing about it is even if we don't come from a community where cycling is safe, it's important that we have leaders to show that it's still a journey. So I put my hand up as an adult, a grown adult that can't quite ride a bike just yet, but I wanted to thank the people that do pedal ready in our primary schools, because pedal ready helped me that day. And I wanted to thank the kids from that school because actually they all cheered me on and we had a bit of a laugh about it. And I was so impressed with their agility and all the cool tricks they were able to do with scooters and other things like that. So, yeah. And then lastly, I just wanted to acknowledge different spokes Poniki. We hosted a big hui together, and to really thank Avery and Alex. Over the last few months, they have had so much energy, and we hosted an awesome hui with, I'm going to say, about maybe 50-ish people there. Feel free to correct me, other colleagues, but we had a number of councillors come. We had some rainbow cupcakes, and it was genuinely some of the first times that a lot of our rainbow community had engaged with Wellington City Council, and super stoked about that. So just want to thank Avery and Alex there. Lastly, just to finish on that climate change is this generation's most important issue, and for those to come, we want to be good mokopuna and be able to ensure that the future is protected for those cycleways. And councillors that wouldn't normally be a big fan of active transport, just know that when we create more cycle lanes, in particular protected cycle lanes, we're reducing the amount of conflict that you have between cars and pedestrians as well. So we're making our footpaths a lot safer too when we provide council lanes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Day.
Kia ora koutou. So I'm really excited to see this plan, and I just want to give a big acknowledgement to the staff who have been working on this for years, and it really, and you know, to some of the other councillors who have been involved in this. For me, first awareness of the efforts that were going on in improving cycling in Wellington with bikes in schools, and I remember meeting the mayor out there when we were advocating for that in the community. And you know, to see now that it means that my daughter is now choosing to bike to college, and it's as a result of bikes in schools, but also as a result of the investment in tawa that we've had through the Ora pathway. Not every community is going to be quite as lucky to get a very specialised pathway like that, but it was the result of having vision and being brave and negotiating through some challenging parts. So thank you to everyone that's been involved with that. It does work, and it does take time to see the results, but it's really exciting to see young people taking up the opportunity to bike. And the really important thing about biking, as Councillor Foon has said, is equity. It is affordable. Not everybody needs to have an e-bike to be able to get from A to B. Some people do choose to do that because they want to go further or up a bigger hill, but it's not for everybody. And I do want to just acknowledge and sympathise with Councillor Rush's comments around gradient, because I grew up in flat places too, and for a very long time have resisted hills because they just weren't something that I was familiar with. But actually lots of Wellingtonians don't see that problem because they grow up with that, and it's just normal. It's like the wind in Wellington. We are used to it, and people do cope with these hills. I think the transitional approach is really important. I do think that giving the community the chance to see what it can look like and give us feedback is more important than going the full hog and then discovering that things have been missed, as we've seen in other situations. I do think people struggle to imagine how things are going to be and how the experience will be without trying it. And I think, actually when I reflect on, what could be coming in many of our communities with this, that people might be pleasantly surprised at the outcomes, because it may improve things for more than just cyclists. In fact, I'm sure it will. And I do also want to reflect on one of our submitters, Michelle Rush, shared with us when we were asking her about what would be the impact in Johnsonville of not having some of the car parks outside the businesses. She said, when I go to Johnsonville, I don't actually expect to be able to park outside, directly outside the business. And I thought, actually, that's true. In our busy world with lots of cars, we do need to get used to having to maybe walk a few blocks. We need to prioritise accessibility. So there do need to be parks for people who can't get there without that. But for most of us, we can walk a wee way to get to where we need to be. And I think we need to get people back to that, because actually it's better for our businesses, because sometimes you end up buying more on the way to the place you're going to. But actually, it's also really good for us to get out and bump into people and be fit. So I'm really excited about this. I do agree with Councillor Fitzsimons. It is going to be challenging. And I think we really do need to listen to all parts of our community, because people do have valuable parts to share. But I wouldn't want to see us say no before we've even given things a go. So let's give things a go and see what happens. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Nev.
Look, thank you. I was going to echo a couple of things that have already been said, but say them probably a little bit differently. The first one of them is this is part of an integrated package. As our city grows, there have been people who've said, look, we're just about cycling, possibly less so than in recent years. And we need, as we grow, a higher proportion of trips being taken by foot, on bike, and by PT. I would say, which possibly Councillor Pannett you might disagree with, that we've got to recognise that there will be trips needed to be taken by car, but that is going to be a declining proportion. So it's more people using less private vehicles. I'd also say that biking is not the answer to our transport solutions, but it absolutely is part of the answer. Absolutely is part of the answer. It's important for congestion, reduction of congestion. It's important for reduction of emissions. It's important for good health. I think Councillor Foon, you're modelling that beautifully with your kōrero today. It's important for transport choice, and for some people who don't have choices of other choices, that makes it doubly important. And it's important that we do this to keep people who make those choices safe. In terms of this is a transformational investment and transformational decision. It is, but do remember that this is building on quite a number of other master plans and other plans that we've had in the past. So every time we do these things, we're building on the shoulders of decisions we made before. And can I just echo particularly the praise which has been made for our officers. I'm going to particularly single out Paul Barker. Also, I think Joe Hewitt, who've been here for a very long time in that, but the officers generally. And some of those times have been very, very challenging, not the least being Island Bay, which of course we're going to deal with later on today. And also I'd like to single out Deputy Mayor, who did a fantastic job over the last 3 years in just carefully, patiently working through with the community alongside the officers to get projects across the line and to build support for those projects. I think it's fantastic. Councillor Day, you recognised the Aratawa and the early work that we did with bikes in schools. And I can remember, in fact, I can remember when we did the first ever bike plan. I can remember the level of investment that we were making then in cycling was $70,000 a year. Now, I know $1 then is not $1 now. The plan that we've got in front of us is almost $70,000 a day. That is the scope of the scale of the ambition and the transformation that has happened bit by bit by bit over the last, what are we now, 13, 14 years. And I can also remember that Aratawa got through a little bit by the skin of its teeth. It was a 9-6 vote from memory. The only way we got it through was because we thought, well, we've got to do something to corral a bunch of councillors. The Northern Ward councillors want it, so right, let's do it. We got the 3 Northern Ward councillors that got it across the line. So it hasn't been an easy road at times for that either. The other thing I wanted to say is we're not just planning. Councillor Foon, your trip, you've gone and used some of the cycleways that we've been building over the last few years. You know, the work that's been done over the last 3 or 4 years around the bays, the Hutt Road, Crawford Road, Oriental Bay, and today, of course, we're going to make a decision on Island Bay and put that one to bed. I would echo too that there are going to be divergent views, and I think we do need to recognise that. Particularly, the one thing that I do think is particularly important is that we look after places where business, I think it is important for business still. Maybe it won't be in a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades time, but for the moment I think it is, and we need to take people with us on that. And it's not that people are owning those spaces, it's those spaces are being turned over by a lot of people who are then supporting those businesses. But to me, this is part of integrated planning. We deliberately went out and we consulted on Paniki Poniki alongside of our district plan, alongside of the LGWM mass transit and state highway work to show an integrated picture. It is, I mean, collectively, these are going to be things which will transform our city. They'll help us to accommodate more people. They'll help us to do it more sustainably, and they will help us to do it more inclusively. So again, thank you everyone for all the hard work that's gone into getting us this far, the hard work that's got into delivering projects which we've already delivered, and by crikey, the hard work that's going to be involved in delivering the projects still to come.
Councillor Young.
Okay, thanks. So, of course, I'm still scarred by the debacle of the Island Bay Cycleway. And just to remind you, it was budgeted to cost 1.3 million, and we've now spent 6, and we've got another 14 floating around in the ether. As part of that notice of motion to try and stop that, I did advocate for a master plan for cycleways across the city. And this is now a master plan. But I am very concerned that it's coming at a time when so many businesses are on their knees. I've just looked at a restaurant which is now down to 2 days a week in the central city. And it's not just the central city, it's right across the city. And it's not just the businesses, it's the business owners, it's the workers in the city. We are on our knees financially and to some extent emotionally. At the same time, you know, this morning we've been talking about the need for disabled people to have car parks, but it's not just disabled people, it's families with young children, it's elderly people, it's people who are not well, and they will not be riding bicycles. And yet this plan will take out a lot of bicycle parks for some date in the future. And I am very concerned about the effect of targeting limbs because of the unknown effects. We don't know whether it's going to increase values, decrease values, whether it will have any effect on saleability. We have just no idea. And I think it's very dangerous to make a move like that with something which for most people is their biggest asset, it's their home. And another complication, of course, is the construction market. Oh, sorry, you should have me on video. Is the construction market, which it is the hottest in my living memory, and that's, I think, longer than anyone else around the council table. This construction market, you can now sell unwanted gibboard on Trade Me, if you've got any. I don't. So, you know, we can't deliver on a lot of these cycleways, and yet we are, to a certain extent, putting a blight across the city. So I just feel it is, to put it in a few words, it is too much, too soon. So I will be voting against this.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, colleagues. Thanks for accepting my apology this morning. I'm still in two minds about how I'm going to vote, so I'm just going to give you a few thoughts. So when we approved the extra budget, I had in mind really a real, as I mentioned earlier, truly fabulous cycleways, ones that people were drawn to, wanted to be on, ones that might have some mechanical assistance to get up those slopes. I know that there is such things in Europe. And I really was trying to focus on good commuter routes, a half dozen or a dozen that really did go into the suburbs, northwest and east, bringing people into the CBD. And I guess that leads me to, well, what about recreational cyclists and so on? And, you know, doing research recently, I came across Mark Blonsky's 1997 LTP, which introduced cycleways. And that had the Round the Bays one, which was a South Coast Red Rocks through, I think, to Oriental Parade. And also a scenic route, Karori, Macra, Johnsonville. Fantastic route. Well, whatever happened to those? Well, unfortunately, it seems to me we got distracted by, well, dare I say it, Island Bay. But, you know, I sort of kind of felt that the combination of those types of recreational routes in combination with the great work Trails Wellington are doing with, you know, around the town belt and so forth, with some fabulous commuter routes that were really bespoke and customised and didn't take as much road space and maybe made use more of our parks, which we can use, would actually have been a way to move this forward so that with minimum disruption. I'm very conscious. I think Councillor Young's right about the businesses and so forth. And I know some of you will say, well, we've got to do it sometime. Well, yeah, okay, I get that. I'm just going to talk about some of the key points I think that the mover raised: safety, climate change, transport equity. I'll start with climate change. And I know when we approved Te Atakura, I said, you know, there's no blank checks, and was quite comfortable. What concerns me about the climate change boogeyman, I suppose, is when you make policy based on the hysterical narrative around climate change rather than on the evidence, and you start making odd policy decisions. And I think that this will feature in a couple of other things today, but, you know, New Zealand has put itself on a path towards zero carbon, and all the economists agree that using carbon markets is the right way to do that, not individual, you know, sort of opportunist projects that actually work to undermine that sort of policy. So I'll just give you an example. So just say that if Wellington actually shut down all its petrol stations and they all left and turned them into cafes, you know, that would reduce Wellington's emissions a little bit, but all that would happen is that the gasoline owners would then sell their carbon.
I'm struggling to find the relevance to this paper, Chair.
Climate change.
Okay, yes.
Sell I was just going to interrupt into the market.
Councillor Rush. Sorry, I am.
You raised climate change.
We are debating the bike. Councillor, don't argue with the chair.
The underpinning reasons
voting on the bike plan. So can you just Councillor Rush, don't argue with me, please. Yeah, it is disorder. Councillor Rush, can I just ask you to stick to the bike plan? Thank you.
Is climate change relevant to the bike plan, Madam Chair?
I think just stick to whether you...
Is climate change relevant to the bike plan?
No, you've gone into far too off track. Okay, so can you just please stick to whether you are going to
be a distortion in the carbon market. All right, let's go to safety. So most of the evidence, as far as I can see, I don't really have much, to be honest, but last I looked, most cycle accidents happen at intersections. And I'm not quite sure whether the bike network is really addressing that. Now, what I do accept is that there are perceptions of safety. So I think it was Councillor Foon talking about, you know, cycling in traffic with a bus right next to you, and it feels really unsafe, but what the statistics tell us is that the safety issues really come when you cross traffic and, you know, into the intersections and so forth. So I do wonder, you know, safety is a bit of a subjective issue, and it varies as well from time to time. I think that our perceptions these days as parents are much less tolerant than they were back in my parents' days. Anyway, that's for sure. So I do accept that, you know, safe, good commuter lanes that separate people from cycling are good. I do think that kids who are cycling around on the waterfront and so forth, they deserve to be safe as well. And I'm not quite sure, though, that, you know, that lanes all over Wellington are actually going to contribute much to safety there. I'm just confused about transport equity. You know, I suppose bikes are cheaper, but if you live on a hill, you can't use them. So anyway, so I guess that's a few thoughts. I'm just a little bit still in two minds. I want to see some good cycleways, but I'm not sure if this whole network and the timing is quite really the right time to do it. I mean, as I say, I'd like to have seen a half dozen really good ones with a lot of money thrown at them that would really, you know, make a big difference to commuters.
Cue Councillor Rush, Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I'll just remind Councillor Rush that this is a draft that we're looking at. I'd also like to thank Councillor Fitzsimons for speaking so eloquently earlier on about the support that councillors need. You know, but I also would like to emphasise that back in 2014, we were pretty naive in not really supporting or not really resourcing our officers to do something that is that was sort of it wasn't a great approach, and we ended up with the result that probably we jointly deserve. I'd like to be in a position to defend our officers also. So, you know, like, and I found that difficult at times. I feel that we're still somewhat dealing with a technical exercise, and some of the handling and the processes may be a little disjointed and a little disconnected. And I think that another thing that we should realise is that while this is a vast improvement on what we've seen before, it's we still need to be early with our engagement. And I think that this as a draft is actually not bad as an early engagement tool. I think that's from going back to 2014, it's a really vast improvement. I do think that it's a huge amount of dollars spent at a very difficult time. I really do. I think that it's unfortunate that we've had all these occurrences that have occurred that have been unforeseen, and that doesn't mean that we should stop. Councillor Young always refers to her notice of motion in Island Bay, where it was my vote that carried it on. And yeah, I'm prepared to give things a go. You know, like I'm the world's greatest optimist, I think, and definitely from a Wellington perspective. So, you know, we're in a draft stage. You know, I think that a number of respondents have been listened to through this. I noticed when we did the hearings that, you know, someone's mentioned Michelle Rush, but there was another respondent that mentioned perhaps we could put a route onto Hatton and Friend Street in Corey. Well, you know, that's there in this draft. So there has been a lot more listening. The limb bit, I can see Councillor Young's point. I really can. So long as we don't scare people and we communicate in an early stage, and that we communicate around the issues and not around the emotions of it all. So I've bar one little aspect, and that was the motion that Councillor Calvert, the amendment that she put that was lost. Yeah, I'll be voting in all likelihood for the whole lot of this, because we're at an early stage. It's not like Island Bay. It's very different to Island Bay. And I just hope we've learned. I really do, because there's been a lot of heartache and divisiveness, and it's not just split communities. It's split the cohesiveness and the ability for us councillors to work together collaboratively. And that hasn't been a great thing either. So, you know, right through the 8.5 years that I've been on council, cycleways have probably been the most divisive issue. And so let's move on and do the stuff that we've done in the past, like Miramar Cobham Drive, and the Great Harbour Way. You know, Sean referred to Mark Blumsky's dream. The Great Harbour Way, it should really be a priority, one of those areas as well that links in. I'm still concerned at levels of disconnectedness between various different parts of the organisation, but let's crack on. Let's just do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Do you wish to speak again?
I'd already spoken.
Roseanne.
I'll start again if you want.
Okay, I can't hear you.
No, he's already
speaking or not?
He doesn't want to speak.
I've already spoken, but if you'd like to hear more, we'll talk about climate change.
No, we don't need to. Right, okay. Right of reply, Councillor Paul.
Cool.
If necessary.
I'm just hoping that that's your internet skipping and not mine. But anyway, I'll proceed. So just want to thank councillors for a really constructive debate. And
it might be mine, apologies.
Okay, thanks, all good. And I guess I'll say that haters will say that the overwhelming support comes from an organised cyclist lobby, but each councillor and every submitter who has come and spoken to us have shared very personal anecdotes from themselves and from their communities, beyond the obvious reasons about why we need to do this. And it's those personal stories that have been shared today that remind us how many people are relying on us to get this right. Councillors raised some really important points about the need to be supported by officers, and I wholeheartedly agree. We need to support each other, and councillors, particularly the new ones that come in at the end of the year, will need to be caught up to speed quite quickly so that we can get on with it and do it properly. But this is by no means business as usual. Wellington City Council is leading Aotearoa in the transformation of the way people interact with and move about their city. And thankfully, we are being led by our community. I felt there were some things said in that debate that bordered on misinformation or misunderstanding of what it is that we're actually agreeing to today. And that raised for me it raised for me the need to acknowledge the work of the media actually in covering this entire process, and particularly the Dominion Post and Joel McManus and New Zealand Herald and Georgina Campbell. We are really, really lucky to have fact-based, balanced and detailed coverage of the bike network plan, as opposed to a lot of scaremongering that happens in other cities, particularly in Auckland, where you'll get coverage that will focus on how many car parks are being removed as opposed to how many kilometres of cycleways we'll actually be getting. So I want to thank them for their factual and balanced coverage of this entire process. Almost there, I really wanted to thank Deputy Mayor Sarah Free. You have been a trailblazer in this area for a really long time, and you deserve your flowers today. I'm simply moving this because it was my amendment to the LTP, but I think it's really nice to see you having the support that you need to do this more extensively and faster, but we would not be able to do this work if it wasn't for your trailblazing, so thank you. And finally, I'll finish by thanking officers again. I hope you can hear loud and clear that we are very thankful for all of the work that you put in. I think there's been some clear whittle laid today about how we can keep going about this more constructively in a way that brings the community along with us. And most importantly, thanks for turning 147 kilometres into 166. That's awesome. And we're all very thankful. So thanks everyone for the constructive debate today. Kia ora.
Anyone want to take anything separately? Otherwise, we'll just all vote. No, okay, right. Thank you. So, Hayley, I'm having problems with my reactions button. I'm obviously voting for it.
Yep, I've got your vote in favour. Just missing a vote
lovely.
from Councillor Wolf. So that is 13 votes in favour, 1 against, the 1 against being Councillor Young.
Excellent, thank you. Right, so if we could just go back to the screen. So it is obviously 20 to 1. Is half an hour long enough for lunch, or would you like a 45-minute break today? So I can't actually hear some of you.
45, please.
5, please.
45 is more
10 minutes away.
Or even an hour is fine. Even an hour?
Yeah,
okay.
an hour.
If you go to an hour, basically, I'm out of the next one. So I'm probably
I
adding
need to
in
discuss.
time-wise, so.
I need to discuss the participation, your participation in that next one with you at lunchtime. So would you like an hour, councillors, or?
No,
45.
45 minutes. Okay, so I'll see you back at 1:25. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone want to know about the climate market, carbon market? Shame I'm right. Where am I?
So we will begin on time because I'm keen to make sure that councillors have a break again before tomorrow. So look, we've just got an apology from Councillor Rush now, but he will be rejoining us later. So now my Ms. Proctor and Mr. Hook, if you'd just like to introduce the next paper. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, happy to be introducing the Cobham Drive speed setting change paper. As you know, Cobham Drive crossing and speed limit change is one of the 4 early delivery projects for Let's Get Wellington Moving. Project includes implementing a signalised crossing on State Highway 1, reducing the speed limit on Ruahine Street from 70 k's to 50, and reducing the speed on Cobham Drive and Calabar Road from 70 to 60. So for the most part, Waka Kotahi owns that section of road. They operate and maintain it. And as part of the Let's Get Wellington Moving programme, the project was approved by Waka Kotahi last week. 130 metres of the road is local road, so it's council owned. And that's the part from Miramar Cutting to the Calabar roundabout. So when Let's Get Wellington Moving consulted on the project, they included that section both in Waka Kotahi's speed review and in the consultation. So Waka Kotahi's speed review recommended a reduction from 70 kilometres per hour to 60 kilometres per hour. Full project proposal was consulted on last year, and we did include a specific question relating to the local road. And around a quarter of the 3,500 submissions provided feedback to that specific question. The majority of those that responded to that specific questions didn't support any change. That was the general theme of the broader consultation, which saw the majority of submissions from people that mostly travelled through the area by private vehicle, with a clear message that they didn't want their journeys interrupted or slowed down. We held oral hearings, so WCC held oral hearings on the 10th of February, where we had 4 submitters. All were in favour of the speed reduction, and 2 of them suggested a lower speed of 50 k's should be considered. So the decision we're asking you to make today is to approve the recommended speed change from 70 k to 60 k for the local section of the road. And I have Kylie Hook, who's the principal advisor for Let's Get Wellington Moving. And I think Moana Mackey's also on the line as partner lead. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor. And colleagues, just reminding you that we are just dealing with the issue around our road, and we are not going to have a discussion today about Let's Get Wellington Moving, and I will enforce that understanding orders 33.1 around relevant questions. Kia ora. Right, Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, Siobhan. Thank you, and thank you to the program for all your work, and in particular Wellington City Council consultation team working on this. I just wondered if you could, in the past, we've seen statistics that a 10 kilometre speed reduction significantly decreases the likelihood of serious injury sustained in an incident. And I wondered if you were able to speak to the role that speed plays when an accident does occur, sorry.
Yeah, so I could probably chime in there. There's several cases that considerations that need to be thought of when you're considering a length of road corridor. That stem from design to weather, the mode, the environment, but in all implications, when there's an accident or an incident, a crash or an injury, speed is the driver behind how those occurrences happening. So with the reduction of speed, the ethos behind it is that we want less injuries, we want no deaths on our roads, and make sure everyone gets home safely and as they should do when using our road and corridor.
Sorry. Okay, great. Councillor Young.
Thanks. So I'm just wondering, so what is there evidence of a speed problem on this section of road?
Yeah, so over the last 10 years in this section of road, we've had 12 accidents in this section, 4 of which are minor, 2 of which occurred in this exact section of road. What should be considered is the wider network implications in terms of what safer speeds for the state highway do for the wider network. Those journeys through the state highway are at times need to be mitigated, and that speed reduction needs to occur to satisfy some of the issues that are on the state highway, creating crashes, incidents, and deaths. In terms of,
but you're not saying there are any deaths on this section?
Correct. But in terms of the land transport rule and how we manage the difference between state highway changes and our current change on our small section, would it be unreasonable to think that we would leave it at 70, considering if you've ever walked across a road and you've seen a vehicle speed up as you've tried to cross a road, if their section is 60 kilometres per hour and we remain at 70, that would inflame the situation in terms of our section of state council controlled network.
So I would never cross the state highway on foot, but
yes.
So why not drop it down to say 20 kilometres an hour?
So in the hearing that we had on the February 10th, there was a discussion between oral speakers about dropping it to 50, which can be a possibility. Given that the adjacent local road is actually 50, that could occur. If you were to drop it to 20, it's such a short length, 130 metres, that'll be dropped. It'll create too much of a difference between speeds and the mean speed.
Okay, I was being sort of sardonic.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Councillor Young, if you miss the bus stop, you can end up walking across that bit of state highway to get to the ASB. Right, any other questions?
Councillor, I would never walk across a state highway one, never. You know, and that's why I've got to my age that I have with no big scars.
No other questions? Excellent. Right, I'm going to invite the Deputy Mayor to move the amendments. Thank you. If the Deputy Mayor is there. Sarah? Councillor O'Neill, it's going to be your job then. As the only Eastern Ward councillor present on the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you all. Firstly, I'd just like to say a huge thank you to the project team and understanding, I guess, how important for me. Listening to a few of the questions,
not very clear, Terry.
Oh,
sorry, I can't actually hear you. Thank you.
That was happening the other day too. Just to say a big thank you to our project team, to the partners of Let's Get Wellington Moving, and to the people in our community who have had a really high interest in this. Sorry, could somebody just mute if they've got background noises? Good, thank you. To respond to one of the questions, Councillor Young, I have no choice but to frequently cross this stretch of road as a pedestrian weekly. I live about 100.
Sorry, Terry, I can't hear what you're saying, but I know you're saying something addressed to me. Can you speak up, please?
I live about 100 metres away from the Cobham Drive intersection in Kilburnie by the Zephyr meter, and I have no choice but to cross the stretch of road several times a week. And times whenever I catch the bus home from Kilburnie, I have to cross that road again. And to me, access for people, pedestrians, have been a really, really key part of my discussions as a ward councillor, not only with the local creches and intermediate schools, but our social housing tenants at Kutuku Flats. There is a huge part of the community that will be impacted by this. And as currently the only Wellington City Councillor for Te Mutukairangi on the call, I am really proud to see a safer speed limit brought into our community. Happy to take questions and write a reply and respond then as well.
Thank you, Councillor.
And I need a second now.
You do, and the Deputy Mayor still doesn't seem to be there, so Councillor Conley is kindly stepping into the breach. Thank you. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Conley?
Very briefly, just to say that as the chair of the hearings panel, we did have a good discussion with a few people about this section of road and how they use it. And I think there was an acknowledgement even amongst one of the submitters who came to us and had very mixed feelings about the wider changes to Cobham Drive, that he was supportive of this change going ahead. So I think that that's a really positive step. And I wholeheartedly encourage you to vote for it.
Thank you. Any other debate? No. Councillor O'Neill, do you wish? Oh, Deputy Mayor Free, we've just had the mover and the seconder. Sorry, we weren't sure where you were.
That's right. Yeah. No, just very briefly to say that this is really a bit of a no-brainer. It is too fast for that little piece of road. It goes from 50 kilometres an hour, a very short space of time. You're meant to get up to 70 supposedly, then go around the roundabout. So I just think it makes sense to reduce it to 60. Some people thought it should have been lower.
All right, thank you. Councillor O'Neill, do you need a right of reply?
No, I'm very happy. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could vote then, thanks.
Just waiting on votes from Councillor Young and Mayor Foster.
Now, Mayor Foster may have already left.
In that case, it is 10 votes in favour and 1 vote against, the vote against being Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Proctor, welcome again. If you could introduce the Island Bay paper.
There we go. I'm unmuting myself. Just saying I hope this one goes through as quickly. So this paper is to present the traffic resolution required to implement the option that Council selected last year for modifications to the Island Bay Cycleway. So as you'll remember, we've taken through a number of options for the Island Bay Cycleway upgrade, and in November decided to progress one of the 4 safety improvement options known as option 1D through to traffic resolutions. So this option is to be integrated with the necessary resurfacing works to minimise disruption to the community. And the resurfacing work needs to start by mid-March at the latest. It's weather dependent and needs the warmer temperatures. Additionally, in November last year, you instructed us to undertake a local parking plan, so also referred to as a local area-based parking plan in our parking policy prior to detailed design. Following approval of option 1D, design was progressed to a point where we could issue the traffic resolution for feedback on the 25th of January 2022. We had almost 1,200 submissions, 32% in support and 66% opposing. Of those 1,200 submissions, 32% used active modes of transport to travel through the area, 6% used public transport and 60% used a motor vehicle. Much of the opposition related to loss of car parking and access to businesses, as well as a desire to return to the previous layout. So the submissions in support generally thought the proposed change would make the parade safer. The local parking plan was developed alongside the detailed design, and the survey data was provided to us last Friday, hence the delay in getting this paper out. It was scheduled to be complete prior to completion of detailed design, which is scheduled for the 11th of March. So tomorrow will be the completion of detailed design. However, given the uncertainty caused by COVID-19, and that's specifically moving into the red setting of COVID protection framework, that caused the parking plan to be delayed. So that's now going to be issued on the 18th of March. Should this traffic resolution be approved, construction will start on the southern residential section within the next 2 weeks. The northern residential section will be completed by mid-July, and the town centre improvements are scheduled to public space grade early in 2023. So you'll see there's 3 options being presented. Option A, proceed with this traffic resolution as presented, defer the decision until the parking management is completed, or option C, which is a hybrid, whereby we lay the traffic resolutions for the town centre section on the table until the parking management plan has been completed. We have with us today Vida, Paul, Brad. I think my chief advisor Rebecca Adams is online, as well as Patrick Padilla, who's the traffic engineer who's been managing the design of option 1D. So we'll open it up for questions.
Right, councillors, questions. Thank you for providing comprehensive answers, Siobhan. Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you, Siobhan. I appreciate all the work that's gone on. When you say when you say lay it on the table, does that just mean more work will be done to work out the parking plan, and then once that's done, we'll pick up those same traffic resolutions and approve them?
Yeah, so with the completion of the parking management plan, what that will do, it provides the evidence to support any further changes that are required to make. So when we talk about material impact, we don't think that the impact will be material, because it will probably be tweaking of those time restrictions. Also, if the traffic management plan concludes that we need to reallocate some of that parking space that's been taken off the parade into side streets, we can include that as well.
I guess my question is this a chance to relitigate the whole of what's already been decided in relation to the parallel parking?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Fitzsimons.
The parking plan and the parking policy and your answers to the questions, Siobhan, which I don't know if those answers are on the council website yet, are they? Have they gone up?
They missed the deadline for publication because the paper was late.
Oh, cool. So they will, I assume they will go up.
Yeah, there's no reason why.
I just was trying to re-find them again. But from memory, the answer to your question around how a parking plan is developed under the parking policy in terms of consultation with businesses and residents is that their consultation is through the traffic resolution process. It's a bit more than that though, isn't it? Like I was hoping that they would be involved a bit before that. That seems no different. We were sold the parking policy as being quite different and local area parking plans being quite different. That seems quite a passive way to involve those groups.
Do you want to answer that one, Brad? I think it really relates to the significance of the parking plan.
Yes, that's 100% correct, Siobhan. The parking policy doesn't go into the extent of one, how large an area-based parking plan should be, so what the geographic extent of that area is, and two, it doesn't go into the detail of what is that discussion with businesses and with the community and what does that look like. It's very much based around the significance associated with the parking management plan. So if we were doing, for instance, a parking management plan that was an entire area for like an entire suburb like Johnsonville, we would expect to do significant amounts of consultation and engagement because of the significance associated with it. Whereas on a parking management plan that is quite constrained, quite restricted to a certain community, we could then tailor that engagement and consultation piece accordingly.
So this is the only parking management plan that has a resolution of the council. So can I ask, will you involve businesses and residents more than just merely in a passive traffic resolution process?
We've already put out a bunch of requests through to businesses to meet with us. I've met with 2 so far, and I've got another, I believe it's 5 or 6 scheduled in the next few weeks before the parking management plan is completed. And that's all part of me trying to understand how best the parking management plan can be used to address their concerns.
Yeah, cool, thank you. And I had a question, but I wasn't happy with the answer I got about the follow-up where you haven't heard from businesses. So can you follow up where you haven't heard from them? Because I'm really worried about the businesses at the Shoreline Park end in particular, who a lot of people tell me are not familiar with it and don't expect it. And the last thing I want to see is more shock. So if you don't hear from people, can we make sure that we're following up with them and ensuring we're engaging with them?
Yeah, sure. We can arrange that in the next few weeks. We'll do a walk down and just knock all the businesses and have a chat.
And the other similar area is play centre. So we had an email today from a mum who goes to play centre, which is in the block on the west side between Medway and Mersey is play centre, and it doesn't have a curb cutout. And they're really worried that the time limited parking suggested doesn't coincide with session visits for play centre. So can we make sure that we follow up with them?
Sure. Yep, we'll do.
And my other question, which I asked in the questions, but I wasn't, was kind of wanting a bit more detail on the answer as well, was around there are a number of people with off-street parking or people who don't use their existing parks who live on the parade. And I think there might be a few that would be interested in getting rid of the curb cutout and not having that, which would allow the measurement for parking to be longer. What's the process by which they go and say to the council, as this work's happening, don't count this as a driveway?
So all vehicle access crossings, which are effectively driveways, have been granted by the council, and they would just need to apply back to the council through the resource consenting space, I think, Siobhan, in order to get that redacted.
They can just as any other customer inquiry, it will come through to our team and they'll deal with it in terms of providing that access permit. So we have a part of the transport team just looks after the consenting and permitting activities. So it will just come through that. So I'd just encourage, and similar with the feedback you had, Councillor Fitzsimons, about the play centre, please just send them through to us and we will make sure that they get acted on.
So is there a cost to doing that, to getting the curb cutout done? And it would be obviously wise to be doing it now.
Yeah, there will be a small charge for it, yeah.
Small charge. But the website also has a lot of detail on it in terms of how to do that. And I could pass on that link in terms of where on the website that detail is found.
Cool. And I just want to ask you, I've got an amendment around proceeding with option C. And also encouraging council officers to build a relationship with and meet with the Island Bay Residents Association Committee. So I don't just want you to come to, the next meeting, which I think was sort of the suggestion and the answers. I'm quite keen that we start to try and build a more positive relationship between the council and the Residents Association. So can you just tell me how you feel about that and whether the council is well resourced if that amendment goes through? To be able to do that?
So I think that most of our community boards or residents associations do have a member of the council that is assigned to that, and I'd be quite comfortable to
only to community boards.
Only to community boards.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So I'll be quite comfortable to tag along to the Island Bay Residents Associations for the next little while, just to build that relationship with the Residents Association and to help foster that. No problem with that at all.
Cool. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Can I just ask one, and Brad, this is really, I think, maybe for the community so that it's really clear. Your view is that just a bit of a delay on the parking plan won't make any fundamental difference to the design. I was just wondering if you could just clearly outline there, because I think people just are hungry for information. Thank you.
Siobhan, feel free to jump in here.
Oh, I'll take it first if you like. So when we talk about the design, what we're talking about is a space allocation on the parade. So how many car parks there will be, the width of the cycleway, the width of the footpath, the width of the road carriageway. So that's your design. What information we'll get through from the traffic management or the parking management plan will be around how that current space is utilised and whether it needs to be redistributed. We're confident, given that we've now got the 2022 survey data, that there's not a lot of change from the 2017, which we based our design on. So in terms of the design being the reallocation or the allocation of space, we don't anticipate any change. In fact, we would say there won't be any change from the parking management plan. But the changes that may come through may be of how those parks are best utilised. So really focusing on time restrictions. So whether a park should be 60 or 30 or 120.
Okay. And you're confident, given the restrictions of COVID, that the parking data is still is reliable?
Look, it's as reliable as it can be. I mean, you know, I guess I'm answering this question when people ask me about COVID all the time, that things are really uncertain. The future is very uncertain. We're going on the data that we have now, the best data available, which is the current data. It compares pretty favourably to 2017. There hasn't been a significant change. So we're confident that that data reflects whatever normal operation is on the parade.
That is supported also by consultants in the report we got from the parking survey, which indicates that there doesn't seem to be any significant change in parking demand based on COVID-19.
Okay, thank you. And just the final question, under the parking plan, parking policy, as you know, discussion is required when you're engaging with a community. So just building on Councillor Fitzsimon's question, and just given the long history of this project, can you just give some assurances that there will be some hard work put into just trying to rebuild that? Just, I think, and I'm asking that particularly given the IBRA meeting on Monday. So it's just about us building goodwill too.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we can commit to that definitely. And in terms of going through those submissions, we've been through them. We'll reach out where people have suggested changes to better understand that. And as Brad said, he's committed to attending IBRA for the next few meetings. So we'll try really hard to re-establish that relationship.
Okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Foon and then Councillor O'Neill. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the mahi and getting us here today. Just a quick question that I know we have had the information on, but can anyone recall just how many cars use the parade a day? And I'll bang out a few questions. Sorry, is that gonna? Oh, sorry, Brad.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Just how will the process of refinement for the parking plan work depending on today's outcome? So I guess, there's a lot more detail to come. And so will that be, can you just explain how that process will work?
So the parking survey has now largely been complete. There's some analysis that is going into that parking survey that will happen over the next few days around what does occupancy look like, what does demand look like, what is the right level of car parking, and what are the objectives of the parking policy, and how do we best achieve those objectives of the parking policy. A proposal will then be put together with options, and we'll analyze those options against the objectives of the parking policy and come up with a proposed parking management plan, which we will then be looking to implement through traffic resolution. So any changes that we would want to do on parking would follow our standard traffic resolution process. And we just put together traffic resolutions associated with changing car parking restrictions or including additional car parks, anything like that there that is outside of the current traffic resolution.
Just on your question, Councillor Foon, between 6,300 to 11,200 vehicles per day.
I'll write it somewhere important. Can I go back to the question? So if we do want to change time limits on side streets, angle parking on side streets, maybe, I don't know what the other options, mobility parking was another big one that was coming through in some of the discussions I had. That should all come out of the survey and the parking management plan.
Yeah, so theoretically what will happen is the parking management plan will look at all options. So particularly in reference with the parade is what is the adequate number of parks on the parade in terms of how is parking currently being used and how do we see parking should be used. And then if there's any changes to side streets, we would do that via traffic resolution. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free.
Okay, so just to be clear, what I'm hearing is the work that would be done with the community would be around parking on side streets and times restrictions rather than fundamental changes to the parade itself. I have had a question from a resident. How would you be seeking to choose who you consult with on this?
Consultation is open to everyone. So the traffic resolution is through this current traffic resolution was consulted on through anyone who lived on the parade as well as all side streets associated with the parade. Any parking changes that we do through a traffic resolution follow the exact same thing. Obviously, where we see a greater impact around businesses and things like the play center, the medical center, and that sort of thing, we'll probably do it or not in a bit of a chat, in addition to just the standard consultation process.
Okay, so for general residents, it would mainly be through the traffic resolution process once
for something like this, with the significance associated with something like this, it would probably be through a traffic resolution process. Yeah.
So, but just bear in mind, we've been through a traffic resolution process. So if people have subsequent feedback, look, they're more than happy to provide it to us. Then, just like we do with any standard customer request, we'll put that through the process. But we'd prioritise this Island Bay. So in terms of making sure that if it's additional to what we've proposed here, we'll bring it back as a separate traffic resolution if required.
So from an officer point of view, what's the difference between us proceeding with, say, option A versus option C? If it's not going to change the parallel to angle, does it give extra certainty if you're going and talking with residents if we did option A versus option C?
Yeah, I think that's the key point, Sarah, is that it does provide that certainty that it's locked in that design as is, it still won't be constructed until the beginning of next year, so they'll still coincide. It provides a nice solid framework on which to do the design for the place upgrade, so for the town centre upgrade, and it just, so I think it's around that, providing that additional certainty.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Comby.
Kia ora, and I saw your reaction there, Councillor Fitzsimons. I was actually on the list to ask this exact question before that came up, so I may cover some of this for you. Siobhan, my question is about the angle versus parallel parking in the town centre. There has been a number of people suggesting that we could retain the angle parking just in the town centre section. What would be the process we would have to go through to make that change?
So we'd have to redesign that section. So we haven't done any designs for angle parking. So following November, the resolution was to proceed to this option D, which had removal of the angle parking. Therefore, that's what the design's been based on.
I'll also add into that, Councillor Condi, is that we've been through a long listing, short listing, and decision-making process as a council, and we've all been there from last year, May's workshop, then another session in August, and then November's P&E committee decision-making process where we kind of went through options. And because in November, we basically landed on this option. We've taken this option to a detailed design space that the other options around angle parking have not actually been progressed at all, because those were discarded through my multi-criteria analysis processes early on in the piece. And so we just don't have the amount of detail around those options as we do with this option.
So would there be a significant delay then if we wanted to switch from parallel to angle parking through the town centre? Or given that the construction's not planned until March 2023, could that be accommodated?
The biggest issue that we have is that we've designed it as a single cycleway, southern, town centre, northern. The minute we start to separate the central bit and take the town centre out and say we're happy with the southern and northern, do something different in the central area of the cycleway, we don't know how that implicates how we connect them up and whether we would be able to connect them up if we start to look at angled parking. So yes, to answer your question, there'd be some significant delay in us trying to redesign stuff.
Could I also add there in terms of timeframes, whilst yes, it's possible, I know that I go on about a lot, we have a very full book. And it would mean not doing other work that's planned. Since November, we're racking up significant costs anyway, so it will cost additional. But I guess the concern for me would be the draw on officer time of continuing with this particular project at the expense of others.
Thank you. I guess my last question is, is there a version of the parking plan as you go through and do the analysis where that comes out and you say, on the basis of this parking plan, we are going to recommend a change from parallel parking to angle parking? Because I don't actually think that's what a parking plan is for, but I would like the clarification.
So the clarification there is that the detailed design determines what the cycleway will do, because we're designing for safer facilities, cyclists and pedestrians. The parking loss is then accommodated via a parking plan. We don't do a parking plan to determine how much parking should be there, and then afterwards determine what does the cycleway have to accommodate that sort of parking. So the way we've approached this is as per the transport hierarchy and the parking policy, which is we're designing towards a safer cycling and pedestrian facility, and then the parking loss will be mitigated by the parking plan.
So again, I guess I'm going to come back to, if we were to vote on option C, I think there are some councillors who would expect that would make that would give us the opportunity to consider changing from parallel to angle parking in the town centre. But what I'm hearing you say is that it would not.
There's a very low likelihood that we would end up changing the design if we were to with option C.
Yeah, well, we just know, I mean, yeah, basically option C, the intent of that is not to change the design. The design was decided on the previous meeting, so now it's, yeah.
Okay, I might have some follow-up questions, but I want to let Councillor Fitzsimons go.
Yeah, I think I might need to change my amendment then, because I had understood that what this would mean is more work to be done, and that it wouldn't rule. I was going to put angle parking in, but I didn't want to be overly prescriptive because I wanted the work to go. So I don't want angle parking off the table. So if that's what option C does, I'd like officer advice about how to make sure that doesn't happen, because I don't want that off the table. The whole point is to try and see if that can work. And you haven't, and my understanding from the questions is that you haven't done the detail, and the answers just here and in the written answers is that you haven't done the detailed work to work out whether that could be possible. So if I want to keep angle parking at the shops, and are you saying that my option C amendment isn't enough, that I need to also put in another amendment providing for that? Because I want to do it properly. I want your dispassionate advice about how I make sure that that's still alive as an option.
Yeah, so you need to be specific on that, because yeah.
I will add on to that, Councillor Fitzsimons, that we have been through a long listing, short listing process where these options around angle parking have been discarded in the past, and that is why we haven't actually dedicated any sort of detail around pursuing those angle parks. And angle car parking will ultimately reduce the footpath width. So there will be an impact on pedestrians if we were to proceed with angle car parking. So just a
I'm aware of that. It said so in the paper. That's clear. But what I know is the 2017 design also provided for this, and that you haven't done the detailed design to see if it can work. And what I wanted to do and what I hoped I was doing was taking the community on a journey. But you're starting off by saying you're ruling out keeping that, and that's a problem for me. So I need to resolve that in an amendment, because otherwise I am not putting forward and hopefully achieving what I thought I was.
Mm-hmm. So Councillor Fitzsimons, we want to make sure the process is good and robust. So if you just want to work on your amendment, and then we can take an adjournment if you need it, just to
I should be able to draft one up quickly enough.
Okay, and if you want officer advice on it, that's fine. I do want to just quickly ask about that too, because angle parking and parallel parking is something I feel reasonably strongly about. So Brad, can I just confirm it is your best technical advice that this would reduce pedestrian amenity? And also, is there anything on the footpaths in this around the shops that could be removed to make a bit more space, or is it really about as clean as, we need bus stops, we need rubbish bins, obviously, that sort of thing.
If we were to start to remove, so the street furniture, if we start to remove street furniture, you then result in a situation where you're removing levels of service for people to be able to discard their rubbish and have a seat, that sort of thing, bus shelters and so forth. The other thing, and I don't think any of us really want to do this, is starting to remove some of the amenity around trees and that sort of thing in order to increase footpath width. Or you start to impact businesses by removing their ability to spill out onto the footpath and have chairs and tables for people to sit out and have a coffee. So the way we've designed it is businesses and pedestrians to still have available space for them to be able to navigate through there, and for businesses to have a bit of a spill out to allow people to sit outside in the sun and have a coffee. If we were to include angle parking, it would reduce that footpath width, and we wouldn't be able to include all those things into that footpath. So something would have to give.
Could I just also add to that we do have the parking survey data that came in on Friday last week. That parking survey data provides us the evidence by which we would develop and will develop our parking management plan. That does not suggest we need any additional parking space in the town centre.
Thank you. So just remind me, Brad, is it possible at all to narrow the roads, or are they really at the right width? The current roads.
Yeah. Can we try not to design on the fly?
Oh, no. I just want, sorry, I'm not at all. I just want to understand whether they're wider than the legal requirement. That's all. I'm just trying to understand how much space there is.
Yeah, so the way we've designed it is to try and allow the adequate width for roads, as well as providing a cycleway and pedestrian facility that accommodates for pedestrians, businesses, and cyclists, and a cycleway that has enough width to accommodate both the confident and non-confident cyclists. And in order for us to do that, the best way we could look at it and do that is to reduce the parking width. So moving parking from angle to parallel is reducing that parking width. That then allows sufficient space for vehicles, sufficient space for confident and non-confident cyclists, and sufficient space for pedestrians and businesses.
Okay, thank you. Right, we're continuing with our second round of questions. Councillor Fitzsimons and Councillor Conley.
So if I get an amendment that says that council works with the community with an aim to keep angle parking at the shops as part of the implementation of option C, will officers do that if it passes?
So this is problematic in as much as the whole purpose of a parking management plan is to provide an evidence basis to make changes to parking. So the evidence suggests that we don't need any more parking than what's in the current design.
Yeah, but we are making decisions here today And what I'm asking is, and I'm asking this because of what happened with my previous decision, which wasn't implemented, if this resolution passes, which says that council works with the community with an aim to keep angle parking at the shops as part of the implementation of option C, will officers try and do that?
Yeah, well, if you make that resolution, we will do that.
Yeah, and
I'm just saying that in terms of precedent for use of a parking management plan to inform parking changes, we will not be following the intent of the parking policy.
Yeah, but there hasn't been one yet, right?
Well, it's been done at the moment.
We haven't done one
Councillor.
yet. Like, it's not,
But
you know,
but
this
we
will
know
be the
that,
first one.
but as I said before, the survey data, the data that goes into the parking management plan suggests that there's sufficient parking. So we know that.
Yeah, so what I don't understand is how officers can, on the one hand, be saying that you haven't done the detailed design work for this and that you'd need to do that. And like, I found the answers to the written questions quite reassuring. I was like, oh, okay, that's great. If we do option C, they'll look at this. And we had members of the cycling community and business in an unusual alliance asking for this. And the impression I got in the written answers to the questions was that you'd try and, you know, you weren't sure that you needed to go through detailed design. But then when you questioned here today, it kind of seemed to open up and be a bit, you seem less convinced.
No, that was never the intent in that written questions. There was never the intent amongst anyone in the team that option C would be about reintroducing angle parking.
No, I know that, but the answer was, and that's fine, and that's why my original amendment was not prescriptive in that, consistent with what I thought was the position, which is like, we'll work with people, we'll see what happens, we'll see what comes up, nothing's ruled in, nothing's ruled out. And you haven't gone through detailed design, as you said in the question, so you don't know. So what I don't understand is why is there a shift?
There isn't a shift. So we haven't done detailed design for an option with angle parking.
Yeah.
And the intent of option C was never to revisit the design that is in front of you as per the traffic resolution. The intent of option C was to take the traffic resolution as it is, lay it on the table so that we could then work with businesses about time restrictions and other non-material things. The design stays as it is. The allocation of the road space, the intent of option C was the allocation of the road space as presented, stays as it is.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Conby.
Thank you. And I'm going to be careful about how I ask this because I'm very conscious, Siobhan, that we don't want to design on the fly. But my question is that if we were to keep angle parking, essentially, where does the space come from? My understanding is the space more or less has to come from the footpath.
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I mean. Thank you.
Lovely. Councillor Foon.
You're on mute, Laurie.
This may be a bit premature now, but I'm just wondering the funding that Councillor Fitzsimons of the council voted for to upgrade the Island Bay Village Centre. Where in the process would that come in if we go for option C?
So that's still the same. That's scheduled for detailed design to start, I think, towards the end of this year. Vida, feel free to jump in on this one. So that doesn't change any of that town centre plans. Correct, Vida?
Yeah, that's correct.
That is correct. Yeah. So the town centre would still continue. The town centre plans would still continue as per our original plan. What it would mean is that we would then be doing the traffic resolutions for the town centre itself later, and not right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Siobhan and Brad. Most of my parts have been answered, but I just had one around if we don't want to delay deciding on the traffic resolutions for the town centre, are we confident that there is scope for enough placemaking and design work to be done in consultation with community in that area?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
You go.
All right. Immediately after this, Vida's team is picking up the town center project, and there will be a lot of placemaking that will happen through that. That will be a co-design process that they'll be engaging through a working group in Vida's team. And so there's plenty of opportunity for us to engage with the community around what that looks like and how we do that placemaking around the concept.
Okay, I'm my second partai on that is I'm just conscious about the process. I know it's comparing, I'm not trying to compare them like apples. The Haitaitai roundabout development, we added in some, I think about 200K for extra placemaking there. And I was just, that to me is what got businesses on board, and we were able to find a few more solutions. So do you as officers need any extra scope or support in regards to the placemaking values of the town centre to be able to maybe get a few more people on board? Is that something that
I think, and Vida, I don't want to answer here for you, so you jump on if you need to, but I think from an officer perspective, we have what we feel is enough resources dedicated to the town centre. Depending on what this co-design working group comes up with will depend on if we then need to look at additional scope, additional cost, additional whatever. But from our perspective, we think that we've got enough resources dedicated to the town centre to be able to deliver that project.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
there was 2.5 million was assigned through the LTP for Island Bay and Berrima Town Centre. So that's the budget and envelope we're working within.
Cool. Sorry, I lied. One more partai chair. Last one. The chairperson asked about the amenity of what's going on in terms of the placemaking in the town centre on the footpath, but I just wanted to get your perspective on safety and what the impact of delaying the traffic resolutions for the town centre will have on the current state as we are. Is there a safety crisis around the town centre and not putting those traffic resolutions in?
No, because the construction for the corridor, for the roading corridor, will happen at the same time as the town centre upgrades. So you want to try and minimise the disruption to the community, so it's best to do it all at once. So, you know, that construction won't start till early next year anyway.
Yeah, okay. I was just trying to differentiate between option A and C and yeah, how much of an implication that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you, and thanks, Councillor O'Neill, for mentioning Haitaitai, because it is an example where we had to take out quite a bit of parking to make a better environment for people, and it's been really, really successful. So can you just remind us what you had to do when you took away car parking from immediately outside businesses and how you managed that? And are you confident you can sort of do the same thing with Island Bay?
Yeah, with Haitaitai, yes. So really that was around just introducing some shorter time restrictions as close by as possible. So whatever we took away, we compensated by changing the time restrictions close by. So I think it was the 4 square that needed sort of P10. So we just created more P10s, but just slightly up the road. And then again, that just moved out so that some of the side streets also had some time restrictions on them as well. So it's just about reallocating that parking and making more efficient use of those car parking spaces that are left.
And in your view, if we hadn't been brave enough to take out those car parking spaces, how would that have compromised things?
Well, we couldn't have put the roundabout in Haitaitai without taking out those car parking spaces. So what we now have is a far safer configuration of what was a very unsafe intersection before.
Thanks. Right. Is that all? Okay. Any other questions, councillors? Right. Okay. Well, we can go into debate now. Thank you for being so thorough. So I'll be introducing the paper, and the first thing I want to say is that I want to thank the Island Bay community. I am very sorry that it has taken now 6 years. So that is a heartfelt apology. It's not good enough, and there's definitely something to learn from this. So I hope today that we can really move forward on this project to give certainty to this fantastic community, which has got so much going for it. I want to thank officers for the enormous amount of work that they have done on this. I have appreciated your professional advice. I do think we need to resolve this. I think this is the council that needs to just fix some stuff, and it has been very divisive, and hopefully we've got a solution, whatever we end up with on the table, that we can mostly back. I just want to remind people that the reason that we chose this quite moderate option last November was because we're still waiting on decisions from Let's Get Welling Moving. It is highly likely that there will be a mass rapid transit solution through to the south, and so some of us at least felt that it didn't make sense to invest heavily until we knew what was going to happen. Once we do know, then we must, because it's a fantastic place and we want to do everything to enhance it. This traffic resolution is really just giving effect to a decision that we made. I obviously am grateful for all the submissions, but it was a traffic resolution rather than a process where we relitigated everything. For me, and the reason I put this through was that I felt it was critical that we had a complete cycleway route through the parade, no gaps through the village. And I don't want to see cyclists and pedestrians pitted against each other. And I've certainly seen some key cycling advocates say, no, we need to support the pedestrians to make sure that they have a good level of amenity, remembering why we do, for disabled people, for children, for vulnerable elderly people, and everyone else. It's just good to have good walking infrastructure. I know there has been some consternation over the traffic management plan. I will just say that officers did say they were going to struggle with it back in November, but I thank Councillor Fitzsimons for bringing it forward, and I think we'll get some good solutions out of it. I have said quite strongly today that I don't think we should be debating about whether cyclists have a safe route. I think they just have to. Really what we need to do is have a discussion about how that is given effect to, so that people who need loading zones, disabled people particularly who need car parking and so on, can have their needs met, but not really whether we should do it or not. I acknowledge that the submissions were from the community were primarily opposed. That is absolutely heard. But I guess we sometimes will say, with the greatest deal of respect, we don't always agree with you. I'd like to thank the Island Bay Residents Association. I have seen the very extensive list of votes from Monday night. It very much looked like a council vote sometimes. So, and I am grateful for the constructive approach there. I think it's helpful, and I think the council today needs to come to meet the community. And Councillor Fitzsimons will be moving some amendments to that end. I think that is enough for now. We just need to get on with this and, of course, complete the route from the south to the CBD. We've invested in other parts of the city, and now it's time to look after the south so that southern cyclists are safe, healthy, and that we enhance this fantastic part of the city even more. Deputy Mayor Free, you're going to second. Thank you.
I am, but I'll just reserve my right and let some other people have a say.
Not a problem. Councillor Fitzsimons, would you like to put your amendments up now? Would that be helpful? Great.
Did Councillor Phone have a question? I just saw her put her hand up earlier.
Yes,
Sorry,
I was just hoping to have an adjournment if, as I was seconding Councillor Fitzsimons' amendment, and just want to put it all on that prior. Maybe put it up and then I can know what you're amended.
Yeah, all good. And look, Laurie, I've got Jill if I don't have you, so I'm happy for whoever in the race to put your hand up gets your hand up. Is that all right? And then,
well, my hand's still up.
You're
all
in.
Right. Okay, so unless people do want a little break, or do you really want to move ahead now? I mean, I'm happy to be flexible. No,
I don't mind. If Laurie wants a break, that's fine with me. Whatever people want.
Use a break. I could use a fiver.
5-minute break. Go and get yourself a cup of tea. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Iona.
Kia ora, everyone. If we could just turn on videos. Thank you. Right, and Councillor Fitzsimons, are you ready now? Thank you very much.
I'm on. All right, and it will be seconded by Councillor Foon. So I just, is the amendment there? Yeah, cool. Look, I bring this amendment rather reluctantly. I don't support the traffic resolutions. I think we should still have done the 2017 decision. We should have implemented that. But I also know that when you don't have the numbers for something, and I don't think the numbers are there for that, that you have to make the best of the situation you've got. So what has always driven me with the Island Bay Cycleway, since I first stood for council in 2017, I keep saying that we need to try and unite the community. And that a lot of people said that was a really naive notion, but I think regardless of whether it's naive, it's the right thing to do. And on that note, I do just want to acknowledge some people involved in Island Bay who have lived and breathed this. Can we just take the thing down? Sorry, because I can't quite see. There. I just want to acknowledge. Sorry. Forgive me. Some people who have lived and breathed this cycleway, particular Regan Dooley, who has been very active on Twitter and has also counselled me many times through the trials and tribulations of the Island Bay Cycleway. And what he challenged me to do was to move forward past the 2017 decision, past the failure to get that implemented, and try and find some good. I also want to acknowledge Bruce Gatt, the outgoing chair of the Island Bay Residents Association. I've really enjoyed getting to know Bruce. He started his life as a social worker in Hawke's Bay, so we had a lot in common. And I didn't share his view on the cycleway, but I acknowledge him and his service to the Residents Association, and particularly the constructive approach he took to engagement. And I do feel quite angry and disappointed that the amendment that I put forward and got across the line last time, that a local area parking plan be done before detailed design, hasn't been implemented. It hasn't been complied with, and particularly to rub salt into the wound, officers describe it in the paper as having no benefits to go down the track, which would have complied with that resolution. So it feels, I feel pretty let down, and I feel like my resolution was sort of treated with disdain, despite the fact that the majority of this council did support it. But I also know that you've got to kind of move beyond these feelings and try and find a way forward which is consistent with my values, which is to try and unite the community. And as let down as I feel, I do need to find a constructive way forward and find an opportunity. So I think that it's critical that we do take the opportunity with the new Island Bay Residents Association Committee. And I've put specifically in the resolution that the council tries to build relationships with them. So I don't want that to be, it's a passive thing. We turn up to your meeting, we give a presentation, we answer your questions, and that's it. I want it to be a genuine relationship between the council and the Residents Association, because I feel like that in a resolution has the best chance of trying to find a way to salvage some good from a bad situation and put things back on track. I also do want you to support the aim to retain angle parking at the shops. During the traffic resolution process, the media asked me actually if I thought that it would be worthwhile and that people will be listened to, and should they turn up? And I gave very confident assurances that they should turn up and they should participate because they will be listened to. However, what we had in that traffic resolution process was cycling advocates like Regan and opponents of the cycleway, including some of the businesses at the shops, come and say, try and maintain angle parking at the shops. It was in the 2017 design. Please try and make this happen. We had a very unusual alliance between parking advocates and businesses. And so I really do want to try and give the opportunity for us to retain angle parking at the shops, but also the chance for us to take those groups on a journey to understand it. And that's really what I mean by aim to aim to ensure this happens. And I guess I ask you on that, not just to vote for what you think is technically possible or what you technically like, but what you think has a chance of uniting the community in Island Bay. Give the new Residents Association Committee a chance to put this back on track. This council has done some significant damage in Island Bay, but we have an opportunity now to try and get this back on track. And look, it would have been the easiest thing in the world for me to oppose these traffic resolutions and keep banging my head against a brick wall, but I am trying to be a responsible politician and understand that we do need to get going on this and move forward. So I hope that that people will be happy to support these. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Day, are you going to second? No. Oh, Councillor Finn is going to. Would you like to speak?
I did want to, but I've conceded to a ward councillor because I think that's important.
Okay, right. That sounded like a very constructive use of 5 minutes. Councillor Finn, do you wish to speak now?
Yes, and kia ora to Councillor Day for that, much appreciated, and also kia ora to Councillor Fitzsimons. It's not been an easy road, this one, and I think, yeah, but you know, today's about moving on, so I'll keep focusing there. I just really want to thank all of the businesses that sat down and had a kōrero with me about this, and I know we didn't see eye to eye, but I just really thank you for your time, and what came out was your vision for your community and how much you see Island Bay as a taonga, and I really respect that and appreciate the time that you gave to me. I also want to thank everyone who submitted and acknowledge that a majority of you are still saying that you don't want this. And I do want to say we are listening to you and we are reading what you sent in. But the reasons that have been given are not enough to change what we need to do, and what Councillor Fitzsimons has been really adamantly going for is to make sure that this cycleway is safe and that we have a good model and we have a social license to operate so that we can do the best, knowing that we've got this one sorted. And I thank Councillor Fitzsimons for that and really getting us to this point today. Just want to really register that 7,000 to 11,000 cars a day is a lot through this community. It's huge. And I would be definitely making sure we were looking for ways to make this site safe for all road users, pedestrians, cyclists, and cars, and all the other types of vehicles that are coming. And that is by giving people choices so that they can also to reduce that amount of traffic by giving people choices to be able to move in other ways. And this is what this is about. This is about making the town centre a place you want to come and you choose to go to. I also must say that, you know, just thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons, for bringing the amendments today. And yes, I do want to support you because I can hear the frustration in the business community, and I would like us to spend more time understanding what it is, even though we know we have limited options of what we can do, but building that relationship with you and making sure we get it as best as we can for all. I do also want to acknowledge the IBRA past in the past and IBRA as we go forward in the present. And I really acknowledge your vote to remain impartial on the Island Bay Cycleway, and I really commend you all for doing so. This is a time for us all to move forward today. So I am asking for leadership from us as a council, from our council officers, and from our community. This is a time to come together, and I'm asking us all to move on in the best way that we can, thinking about the future, focusing on the amazing things that Island Bay brings to Wellington and to your community. And the South Coast Arts Trail was such a wonderful demonstration of the uniqueness this community has. So, yeah, and I think the main thing for me is that it's not going to be amazing until we see it connected to the waterfront. So I want to get this right so that we can move on and make that happen. So thank you everyone for your support.
Thank you. Councillor Dane and Councillor Condie, thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I won't speak for long, but I do just really want to say a big thank you particularly to the ward councillors who have had to go through many community meetings. I know that Deputy Mayor Free has also been through it in an intense way as portfolio holder. I don't think you really understand a situation until you've had to go through those ups and downs and sit in the heat of that, an election campaign, and say to the community, I'm going to do my best to find a way through. So thank you for taking that leadership. And on that front, I think, often as a councillor, when there's something in a particular ward area that, we're not necessarily quite as knowledgeable on the politics of, I will always defer to the ward councillors, especially the ones who walk through the area on a daily basis to get their coffee, who really do talk to the locals as they're walking around and understand what the feeling on the street is. We can't discount that is actually really important knowledge, and that's why we're at council. Actually, we're there to represent the community voices, and we know that there are many different voices in this situation, and I think there's an opportunity here through these amendments to listen to those different community voices, and people are giving us fairly clear indications that they would like to work constructively on some solutions here. And I think this option is quite a good middle ground, because we can move forward with some of the work, but we can also just take a bit of a break. The shopping area is a really important area to get right, and I think there's no harm in trying to see where we can get to with that. I know that there are councillors around the table here who probably feel a bit fed up with this one. It's come to us a number of times and would just like to see it done and dusted, but I think that might be a bit naive in thinking that taking an approach of just putting it through today is going to achieve that. I think it might come across to the community like we really haven't listened, and so I think it's a shame. I feel a bit sad today that we're having to have this debate, because we did have a really good option in front of us last year, which was to do the full deal. And I have to say that would have been an old cycleway by the time the mass transit got there. Mass transit's going to take time, and I'm really excited about the idea of it getting to Island Bay. But I think, we have many years to wait for that to actually be a reality, and we need to make sure that the cycleway is fantastic and that it works for all the users around it, who are not just cyclists but pedestrians and people driving in their cars too, because as we know, we all do move around in multiple ways. I do want to thank the community for their patience, and I do I think we can't go far enough to acknowledge that has been hard. And I do want to acknowledge council staff. It's hard because I know that there have been different staff who have had to come along and pick this up along the way. And it's always a bit of a strange thing to pick a project up like this that has had, many different ups and downs, and understand where the community is with that. But I thank the staff for the work they're going to do going forward to build those relationships with the community, because I think it will probably be quite a rewarding process in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I also want to thank Councillor Fitzsimons for bringing these amendments, because I do understand that this is a significant compromise for you, and I appreciate that you've done that. I think it's a wonderful thing for Island Bay and for the Island Bay cycleway that the residential changes under this option would be able to go ahead straight away, and we'll be able to deliver the significant safety improvements in terms of visibility and protection from car doors and all of those other things that we've heard about during the hearings. I think it's a wonderful set of changes. As we come to discuss the town centre, I feel I have different feelings. I think, the reality is it may be that Regan Dooley is a wonderful advocate for cycling in Island Bay, and that he said that he could live with angle parking, but that's not to say that the entire cycling community feel that way. And in fact, we haven't really had a chance to ask them, and I have a feeling that if we were to ask them, we might hear different things. So having spoken to other people in the cycling community who have said that they could live with angle parking, but their strong preference remains for the parallel parking. And I think also, if we were to think about other stakeholders such as Living Street's Aotearoa and Alan Blake and Mike Mellor, who come and speak to us a lot, they would say, don't give up the footpath space. The footpath space is precious. That's in fact literally the thing that Alan Blake said when she came to the Island Bay hearings. Please, please don't give up the footpath space to make this work. And that is what would happen if we were to compromise and keep angle parking. It's the only place the space can come from to keep angle parking in the town centre would be to lose footpath space. Now, we don't know how much that is. I understand that it might be in the region of a metre's worth of footpath space, it might be less. I think that's a really significant issue. In a town centre, you need to be able to have lots of space for pedestrians, you need to have space for street furniture and people to sit and enjoy the space and really make it feel like a village. And I think if we lose that footpath space, you lose that village feeling and the whole thing is just going to become very cramped. And I'd like to point out that you would lose that village feeling in order to save 7 car parks. What we're actually talking about here, but the difference between angle and parallel is 7 car parks. And what this traffic resolution in front of us has done, it has taken those 7 P60 car parks and moved them around the corner. They are now 100 metres away from where they were. So there are still exactly the same number of time-limited P60 parks for the shopping centre, and most people can walk the 100 metres that it would need them to from where those parking spaces are now to the town centre. So I do not think that I can support something that would give up as much as a metre's worth of footpath space in order to keep 7 car parks 100 metres closer to the front of a business. I just can't bring myself to support that. I think it's really important that we keep in mind what we've heard from the staff is that the parking plan will not change the design of the cycleway. The design of the cycleway is a result of council decisions that have been made, as well as long listing and short listing and business cases and safety considerations and all of the work that has gone into that design. The point of a parking plan is to figure out how to best prioritise the space that is left after a change like this has been made. It's not to say we can't afford to make that change because we need the parking so much. That's not what a parking plan is for. So when the parking plan comes back, it will have things like, let's look at potentially putting additional time-limited parking spaces on Avon Street near the town centre, on Mersey Street near the town centre. It will hopefully address some of the concerns we've heard from groups like Play Centre and churches and bowls who are asking for time-limited parking near their facilities. Those are the kinds of changes that we will make. A parking plan will not come back and suddenly find extra parking spaces. That's not what it's for. And so I will reluctantly support option C. Councillor Foon, because and Councillor Fitzsimons as well, you've both emphasised that it will give us a bit of time to build those relationships. My reluctance in supporting option C is that I'm concerned it will actually raise expectations that some significant changes might be made, which are just unrealistic. These changes, I think we haven't got detailed designs, but I think we can be pretty clear that it would be a loss of footpath amenity, a loss of pedestrian amenity. It's not even as safe for pedestrians. If you want to pop across from one side of the road to the other, having to go through angle parks to kind of get to the side of the road where you stand right there as the traffic whizzes by, it's just not as safe as if there's parallel parking and you can see more easily and want to nip across to the other shops. So there are, I think, significant safety reasons why parallel parking is better for many road users. So I will support option C, but I will be voting against your second amendment that says we will aim to remove, to be able to keep angle parking in the town centre. I don't think that that's a realistic thing that we can do. I don't think it actually will deliver the best outcome for the village, and I think it will raise expectations that we will not be able to meet. So I will be supporting the first and third parts of your amendment, but I'm strongly against the second part of your amendment, and I hope that other colleagues will also consider voting against that section. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condie. Councillor Wolf.
Well, this is historic, isn't it? I think it's the first time that the council has had just one male representative speaking. That's something that amazes me. It's not a bad thing.
No pressure, Simon.
No pressure, no. I took a pragmatic approach this morning with the cycle network, and I still feel that I'm going to listen to what goes on further on. But like Councillor Fitzsimons, I was really, really disappointed with the failure to follow our resolution. And it's not the first time that it's happened. We had it over Frank Kitts Park as well, and we've had it time and time again, and it's a respect sort of situation. And I wouldn't like this to continue. it's really, really upsetting, as if some of the issues and the
Councillor Wolf, can I just counsel you a little bit to not go too far with that, okay?
Okay, I won't. I'll continue on. Where I have some concerns is the small businesses, the dairies, the restaurants, and the residents on Island Bay Parade itself. I feel for them. This has been going on since 2014, earlier when it was first proposed. I really urge our council in the future, because I won't be with you when this is done, and also officers, to absolutely prioritise the placemaking and the community involvement, participation, engagement, consultation. Don't ignore it. Get in there and ensure that it is a partnership and that relationship is formed. I'm going to leave it there, and I'm just going to weigh up as to the Deputy Mayors to speak next and the right of reply, and I'll see where I come to after that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Okay, I'm going to do what a lot of Island Bay people do when they come to speak to us, and that's just to whakapapa back the connection to Island Bay. I notice they always say that, I grew up there, I've lived there. Well, I grew up in Island Bay from the age of 12 and lived there until 2008 when I moved, 2013 when I moved to Kilburnie after the election. The Island Bay Parade is an incredibly important part of Island Bay life. It really is a place where people meet and they walk up and down. They promenade. It is a promenade, and they promenade down to Shoreland Park, and that's a great meeting place. And they promenade up to Wakefield Park, and thank you for the new playground, Fleur. I know you were very influential in that. And they play sport. But the other main part that they meet and have community is in the shopping centre. And for that reason, I am actually totally convinced that we need space. We need space in that village. And for placemaking, and it's interesting that I just heard Councillor Wolf say, prioritise the placemaking. That's actually going to be really hard if we insist on prioritising the angle parking. And already I've seen the officers are going to have to squeeze the angle parking. They're going to have to change the angle because nothing really quite fits. If we try and keep the angle parking, we're going to squeeze the cycleway down to 1.2 metres, which we heard was less than ideal. We're still going to have a really dangerous environment for motorcyclists and people crossing the road, as Councillor Condi has so eloquently said. And we're not going to give the retailers that wonderful footpath space that they could use in so many different ways. And all that for 7 car parks, which I know from experience, please believe me, we can resolve this. We can find those car parks. And I just think, for what it's worth, I've referred to Haitaito Village. We went through a process with the residents there, and I'm all for the process. I'm definitely going to support that, because that bit's really important, is looking forward to what we can create. Went through a process with the residents where a lot of the shopkeepers were nervous about losing their car parks. And I remember Councillor Condi said, if you've got 5-minute car parking outside your shop right now, we might have to take that away, but we'll find it for you as close as we can. And if that replaces 30-minute car parking, then we'll find that somewhere as close as we can. And I had the pleasure of going up to Haitaito in the weekend to see this amazing, much, much better space that they've got there in the village, and how proud they are to have that more tranquil environment, and people sitting around having coffees on that space that's been created outside the Crazy Rabbit, which Sean Rush loves to go to, and the ramps for accessibility that have been able to be created, the wonderful, the very pleasant pedestrian crossings that have been able to go where the car parks were, and everything able to breathe. And I honestly think we'll be selling the Island Bay community short, actually, when we look back on it, if we're not brave enough to say we've got to prioritise the space for people, not the space for those 7 car parks. And just like I urged you to support the Brooklyn Uphill Cycleway because I knew it would actually work, I'm really urging you not to vote for angle parking. I know maybe some people will, but I'm actually urging those people who might be wavering not to support it, because the placemaking that we can create will just have so many more options to work with the community, and we can put that money in to make it beautiful and to make it the 3rd special place that Island Bay people love to congregate. It is a valley, but there are side streets and there are other streets, and it is flat down there. So walking a little bit of a distance isn't a burden for a lot of people, and we can prioritise that mobility parking of what we've got left, and we can prioritise that short stay parking for the takeaways and for the other businesses. I know our staff can do this, and I know they're really ready to do it, and they've even started thinking about it. So I'll be supporting the other two amendments, but I won't be supporting the angle parking amendment. And I'm sorry to be so shameless about it, but I'm urging you, I'm urging my colleagues not to support it either. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to make 3 brief comments. Look, I do just want to stand in defence of the officers. There has been some criticism, and we could discuss that offline, but I can assure you that Ms Proctor and her staff do take council resolution seriously. There was just some worry about the COVID data. I also just worry that Councillor Fitzsimons, having brought this successfully, this parking plan idea, that now we're starting to design it, and I just don't think that's ideal. I also just remind you that we had a great discussion today on the need for accessible housing. Well, we need accessible streets too, and cutting this footpath is against the interests of so many vulnerable road users. And the last point, sorry, the word for, is that there is some space still for negotiating. You know, like, even though the officers have not given reassurance around the parking, there is space still for looking at parking in other places. Councillor Fitzsimons, do you want to do right of reply now? Thank you.
Yeah, just very briefly, no pressure, Simon. Gee. Look, I just want to acknowledge Laurie for the work that she does do sitting down with businesses. She is a ward councillor who engages with people who vote for her, and perhaps people that don't as well. But certainly she doesn't take that approach. She just engages with the residents and wards in our ward and businesses in our ward, and I know that's appreciated. I just want to also acknowledge what Councillor Day said about the community and thanking them for their patience. And I've said it before that I think the time will come when hopefully the dust settles on all of this, where we should offer some kind of apology or compensation of some sort to the residents and businesses in Island Bay, and particularly to the cycling community. I really want to caution against all of these fears and concerns that have been raised around the amount of space for a footpath. Love the Bay was endorsed in 2017. And when Councillors Pennant and Deputy Mayor Free opposed it and voted against it, when we originally passed these traffic resolutions, they said they did so on the basis of cost. The 2017 Love the Bay process had angle parking in the shops and the cycleway going inside it. So this is really just the same thing that was agreed through the Love the Bay process in 2017, in which cycling advocates and businesses came to us through this traffic resolution process and asked for. And in any case, it only says let's aim to do it. So please don't try and engineer the cycleway or the angle parking today. We've heard from officers that they haven't done detailed design on it. It was endorsed in 2017 though. I also want to refute the comment that's been made about parking loss and just read the question and answer number 26 that I got from Siobhan Proctor. My question was, how many parks will be removed along the whole parade if angle parking at the shops is retained, but the rest is implemented? The answer is, if we retain all the parking in the town centre, we'll be moving approximately 51 to 71 parking spaces in total, compared with to between 80 to 100 proposed by the traffic resolution. So I just want to clear that up as well. And finally, I just wanted, to urge councillors who are feeling uneasy about this, not to make assumptions that the detailed design can't accommodate this before even out of the gates. And look, we could compare what cycling advocates have said and what others have said. I talked to Patrick Morgan last night. He said he could live with it. It wasn't his preference. Regan came and submitted very clearly. Others came and submitted very clearly. But look, at the end of the day, this is partly about just giving this a fighting chance with the community, given that we've constantly failed to implement agreed decisions and really give the new Resident Association Committee and businesses something to get their teeth stuck into. Thanks.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to assume that people want some of these taken separately. So I'm just wondering if people are happy to vote on 3 and 5 together, or do you want all of them taken separately? Any views? Sorry, and of course I can't see all of you at once. Okay, look, let's just do them separately, just for ease, and I'm going to ask for a division in a non-divisive way, just so we've got an accurate record of what's been agreed. So can we vote? Oh, sorry, Siobhan, yeah?
Madam Chair, could I just, sorry, I don't know if I'm following protocol here, but are we able to, the wording for the agree that council works with the community with an aim to keep angle parking is really vague for us.
Siobhan, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. I think, unfortunately, we've got something on the table. I'll talk to you about that later, but I think, yeah, no, but I appreciate you trying to do the right thing. All right, okay, so number 3, please, if everyone could vote according to preference.
Just waiting on a vote from Councillor Wolf. Thank you for that. So that is 10 votes in favour and 1 against for vote 3A. The 1 against being Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. Okay, number 4 now.
So that has lost. That's 4 votes in favour, 7 against. Those in favour, Councillors Day, Fitzsimons, Wolf and Young on 4.
Thank you. And now number 5.
Just waiting on a vote from Councillor Fitzsimons. You might have been too fast. That's 11 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I appreciate the dignified way that that was conducted. Now, does anyone want to speak on the substantive? Just reminding that we do actually have another meeting at 4 o'clock. Councillor O'Neill.
We have a meeting at 3 o'clock too.
Do we?
3
or update.
Okay. All right. Councillor O'Neill, sorry, are you wishing to speak?
Yes,
sorry,
just very briefly.
Apologies, sorry, I couldn't see everyone on the same screen, sorry.
No, thank you. I just figured I would speak to the substantive. And although I do not whakapapa to the Southern Ward, as Deputy Mayor Sarah Free said, this is still a place where I've spent quite a bit of time around the then Councillor Paul Eagle and Councillor Fitzsimons, and I just wanted to really acknowledge, in particular, Councillor Fitzsimon, her attention to detail. And a lot of these were, you know, in briefings with officers throughout the year that aren't live streamed, but every single report we've had, Fleur has pulled up that line and said, what are we doing with the island-based cycleway? How come this is there? Why is that in this year? And Councillor Foon has been incredibly supportive of that. And I guess I really want to thank both of you as board councillors today, because as it's not a space that I frequent, you two are giving the steer on that. And I'm proud that we were able to, I guess, in an almost unanimous way, support option C. I also just wanted to, I guess mihi to Alex, to Regan, to Patrick, to all the people, all the very patient, diligent activists that have taken the time to sit with us and have briefings, as well as our team. And yeah, I guess just to thank the courage of people and the perseverance to keep going even through a really difficult process. That's all.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free. Oh, sorry, you're on mute.
I just also wanted to say thank you to the ward councillors, and I do know how heated it's been at times and the pressures that you've been under, because I've shared those. And you know, I'm just hoping actually this cycleway has not only divided a community, it has actually divided our council. But I do hope that from this point on, we have got a clear way forward. We may not have all agreed with it, but we have a clear way forward. And I do hope that this will be the start of a really great thing, actually. And I look forward, as Councillor Foon said, to it continuing to the city, which will be the real game changer. That will be when we really get the benefit. I do want to thank our staff, that some of them have hung in there. I was talking to Paul Barker the other day for 8 years on this project. This is a really historic day to finally have a clear way forward, working with the community to get a complete cycleway through to the end of the parade. And also we're working on the bike network plans. This is a really historic and special day. And also just to say that I have been very encouraged and heartened by the way in which we've been able to share perspectives and listen to each other, acknowledge that we don't always agree, but I do feel that we're in a good place to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'm going to waive my right of reply, except just to acknowledge Councillor Fitzsimons. It's never an easy job when you live in the area where there is a contentious issue. You could have opposed this vociferously. You could have, over and over and over and over again, you could have, and you didn't. So thank you. And I just hope that we will move forward with the community now, and looking forward to real engagement, irrespective of possibly technically what we agreed. We do need to do some work, and we will do it. Kia ora, everyone. So if we could just have the recommendations up, just so that people, and if anyone wants to vote for anything separately, otherwise we'll vote for them all together. Is anyone
1 and 5 separately, please?
So 1 and 5, right? So sorry, people could just take their ticks and crosses off. We'll just so you would, sorry, Councillor Young, you want to vote for 1 and 5, but vote against 2 and 3A.
Yeah.
Now the numbering's a bit odd, isn't it? All right, so we're going to vote for 1 and 5 first.
I'm just waiting on a vote for Councillor Fitzsimons. So that's 11 votes in favour, carried unanimously on 1 and 5.
Thank you. Now, are people happy to take 2 and 3A together?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So if you can vote, please. Thank you.
So that's 9 votes in favour, 2 votes against. Those against, Councillor Wolf and Councillor Young.
Thank you very much, everyone. Again, a very dignified debate. Right, we are now going to welcome Mr. Hodgetts. We're going to do those 2 last papers together, Mr. Hodgetts, because I think everyone needs a break before our 4 o'clock meeting. So if you could just introduce them.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So it's the action tracking and forward work program, Madam Chair. The action tracking is self-explanatory. I have picked up a couple of typos on clause 15 and 16, but I'll correct that next time in the forward work program. Look, it's as is at the moment, but just highlighting the fact that as Omicron spreads through staff, we're fast losing track of the ability to write these reports. So there may be some delays on 1 or 2 of them, but otherwise I have to take questions.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? Okay, no. Right, I'm going to move. Can I move both of them together, Heidi?
Yes, that's fine.
I'm moving both of them together. Councillor Paul will second. Is there any debate? Right, if you could vote, thank you.
Just waiting on a vote from Councillor Young. Thank you. That's 11 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Councillors, if I could just ask you to stay 1 minute after we've done the karakia just to talk about tomorrow, that would be awesome. And if you want to say the karakia with your volume off, I would love that. I just think it would be a good way to bring us together after a sometimes challenging meeting. So, unahia, ki te uru tapanui, kia wātea, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wārua. E te ara takutu, koe rā e rongo, whakaria ake ki ronga, kia wātea, ai rā kua wātea. Kia ora, everyone. Thank you very much. So, Heidi, if we could just turn